We'll call the Planning Commission meeting to order. We'll start with roll call.
Commissioner Tarnay. Here. Vice Chair Hall.
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Here.
Commissioner Gove.
Here. Okay, we'll start off the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, and members of the audience are invited to join us.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I didn't realize we were third on this.
All right, at the outset of the meeting, what we do is allow for public comment on any matter that is not on the agenda. So we have 3 agenda items. One is on the Winter Greens adult use cannabis delivery. One is on the Grays Crossing events temporary use permit, and the other is on the villages at Grays Crossing. Anyone that has any comments they want to make to the commission on any matter other than those 3 items is welcome to do so now. What they need to do is walk up to the podium, state their name. They'll have 3 minutes to make any comments. Now, is there anyone in the audience who would like to make any kind of comments for the commission? Okay, I see no indication of any interest on that tonight. So what we'll do now is move on to the minutes from the last meeting. And this is an item just for the commission. And so the question is, do any of the commissioners have any revisions they see needing to be made in the minutes? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the July meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay, we just go ahead and do a roll call.
Commissioner Tarnay.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall.
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie.
Yes.
Commissioner Riley.
Yes.
Commissioner Gove.
Yes.
The next item, it passes. The next item is 6.1.
Chair Zabriskie, your mic is not on.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you. The next item is 6.1. It's what we call a minor review item, and this is the Wintergreen adult use cannabis delivery service use permit amendment.
Great. Thank you, Chair Zabriskie, and good evening, members of the Commission. As indicated, this will be very quick because it is a minor amendment. What we are talking about tonight is a use permit amendment to a permit that some of you approved last fall. For those that are newer to the commission, that's why you had a fairly robust staff report for a minor item, just giving you some background information kind of on the cannabis regulations in general, and then the process that was in place for the delivery service that was approved by the commission in November. So what you see up on the slide here is a very brief rundown on what was approved by the commission. So again, all delivery services require a use permit, so that's a permit that gets approved or denied by the commission. In this case, this was at the time an adult use delivery service only. As you may recall from possibly sitting in on some of the cannabis dialogue workshops, the state of California allows both adult use, which is also known as recreational cannabis, and then medicinal or medical use cannabis. And at this time, the operator only requested an adult use delivery service. What was finally approved by the commission, excuse me, was a facility located on West River Street in the building kind of directly across from what we call the Arnold property. It's in the downtown manufacturing zone district, which is one of 4 zone districts that the town allows to have a cannabis delivery service in. What most of you don't know is that there's a very extensive and elaborate process that operators go through with the state of California, and what we require is that they be fully licensed through the state, and in addition to getting their local licensure in place. Something that's also important to understand is that these are not dispensaries. These are closed to the public, not publicly accessible. Deliveries are made typically at someone's house or on private property. There's no retail sales that are happening outside of a delivery transaction. So what's being requested today is an amendment to that use permit. What it would do is add the delivery of medicinal use cannabis, which really there's not a big distinction other than primarily in the cost and taxes that are associated with medicinal use rather than adult use. No other changes are proposed to the operation. They're actually open. They've been open for 3 or 4 months at this point. Really what happened is that the applicant didn't realize that they didn't ask to have medicinal use as part of their operation last fall. When they were going through their state licensing, they realized that they didn't have that as part of their framework. And because this is a permit that gets approved by the commission, it's not a decision that staff can make in terms of changing kind of an integral part of their use permit. So that's why it's back before you this evening. I won't spend too much time on this. I've got 2 slides, one on general plan consistency and one on development code consistency. There's a fair amount of discussion in your staff report, which if you remember, this is really the same discussion that we had last fall. So there's a number of policies on our economic development element in our general plan that really talk about kind of making sure that industrially zoned lands are used for industrial uses. And we went through about a 2-year process to determine that this is an industrial use. It's really a warehousing use for storage of the product. So we believed back in the fall that this was an appropriate location. The commission agreed, and eventually the commission gave a use permit to this property, or to the property and to the operator. And then development code consistency. So it's also important to understand that when we went through the cannabis dialogue, we did so in an effort to create a new set of regulations for cannabis delivery services. So now there's a new section of our development code that specifically addresses all the requirements that a delivery service is required to meet. And this business has complied with all of those conditions. We've since issued both the use permit and what we call a cannabis delivery service license. That's what's actually issued to the business operator. And what you would be doing tonight is also amending the delivery service license to match the use permit that's in place. So our recommendation tonight is to adopt Resolution 2019-21. In doing so, you would be simply changing the 2 types of deliveries that are allowed to be made by this business to include medicinal use cannabis. As you found prior, there are no environmental impacts associated with this project. It's in accordance with Section 15061B3. That's a CEQA exemption that states that a project that doesn't have any environmental impacts doesn't have a need to have CEQA review in place. You'd be approving an amendment to the use permit that's already in place, and again, you would be adding medicinal use to the operator's allowed delivery options. And then accordingly, we would update the license as well to reflect that new use. That's all I've got.
Okay, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
The applicant won't be in attendance tonight.
Okay. The audience, anyone from the audience will now have an opportunity to make any public comments they wish to make on this particular item. If anybody would like to make a public comment, please go to the podium and state your name. You'll have 3 minutes in which to provide your comments. Okay, I don't see anyone approaching the lectern, so it appears there are no public comments here tonight. We'll now go to questioning by the commission of the staff. Does anybody want to start off with any questioning? You? Yeah.
My only question is, will this additional use, have we looked at additional vehicle trips generated from this additional use?
The trip generation associated with a delivery service, we discussed fairly at length during the cannabis dialogue, and it was determined that they're pretty de minimis, that they are potentially able to link trips. Although they are limited by how much money they're able to carry, because cannabis is an all-cash business, at least currently. But the trips that are associated with it are not extensive, at least from what we understand.
Okay, thank you.
My only question was with, I think it's number 3, is it the condition of approval? Where it says the project shall be completed within 4 years after the effective date of approval. And that doesn't mean that they have to end selling their product, correct? It's just that they have to exercise.
Correct. They need to show that they've incorporated a medicinal use into their operation to effectuate the amendment to the use permit, which we fully suspect they'll do pretty quickly. They've been pretty eager to get this going.
I have just maybe one or two questions. Does the medical licensing require fewer taxes? Is it economically advantageous for the buyer or the seller?
It's a little cheaper. The taxes are lower than they are for adult use cannabis.
And then my other question is whether a medical prescription is required in order for the seller to log this as filling a medical.
It's not technically a prescription, and the rules have since changed with adoption or passage of Prop 64 a couple years ago. There's actually a closer relationship that's now required with a physician that is writing what's kind of called a patient recommendation. In the past, the medical, I'm editorializing a little bit, the medical system was probably heavily abused, and the state sort of recognized that and ratcheted down. So now there's a sort of a more robust process that's required, but it's essentially a recommendation from a physician, and there are some requirements that need to be met by both patient and doctor to ensure that it's a valid recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Jenna. Those are all my questions. Do you have any questions, Nikki?
No.
Dave?
No.
Okay, now we'll move on to deliberation. I'm ready to approve it. I don't know if anybody wants to discuss any of this in any further detail.
I'm supportive of the request.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2019-21 unanimously.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Commissioner Tarnay,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie,
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Gove.
Yes.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the application regarding Gray's Crossing events. It's a request, involves a temporary use permit, and I believe it's a request to expand the usage or the number of people who can attend. So, Yumi, are you handling this?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Good
take
evening,
it away.
Commissioners. So this is an overview of the project that you have looked at previously in April. So the location of this project is at Gray's Crossing, at the PJ's at Gray's Crossing location where the fitness center is and the golf clubhouse. It's encompassing this entire parcel at the Hennis, at the Prosser Dam Road roundabout, the Prosser Dam Road and Hennis Road roundabout, with this little lawn area also on the adjacent parcel. So, as you know, this is zoned rec within, and then it's in the Gray's Crossing specific plan area and is identified as the recreation district within the Gray's Crossing specific plan area. To give you a little background, as you know, in April you reviewed a temporary use permit for the Gray's Crossing PJ's events. It was essentially a 2-year temporary use permit for 2019 and 2020 from May to October, and it incorporated 12 concerts from mostly every Tuesday during summer from 5:30 to 8 p.m. with amplified music. These concerts are open to the public, and you can also purchase food and beverages at PJ's. And then there's also 20 events/weddings with amplified music up to 10 p.m. And that was approved with several conditions in April. This is the list of the actual events that were approved at the time. They had 14 events listed, many Saturdays for the most part, with one Friday and one Sunday. And they had the option of doing 6 additional dates, but staff has not received any requests for additional dates to be incorporated into this permit. At that time, 173 people was the occupancy max, which is based off of the Tahoe Truckee Airport Land Use Commission's requirements based off of their airport compatibility plan and safety in terms of their airport. Since then, the applicant requested a special exception from the Truckee Tahoe Airport Land Use Commission to lift that occupancy requirement that is associated with the compatibility plan. And in light of that, the applicants are requesting to remove the condition that required that occupancy maximum. So that's condition number 20, which had the 173 people maximum. So they're requesting to remove that condition completely and just have open occupancy within both the concerts and the weddings and events. So today you're reviewing the temporary use permit amendment. It's essentially reopening up the temporary use permit for your review. And usually the temporary use permit is reviewed by the community development director, but because there was quite a bit of community interest in this, and because you were the original review authority very recently on this project, we brought this back to you for your review. So we only really have 2 topics to consider, and I believe I have one new proposed condition for your review. And the applicants, as I stated, are requesting to lift the occupancy restriction. But however, staff believes, based off of public comment and from the original approval and from Planning Commission's direction during that during that presentation and during that public hearing, an occupancy should be imposed upon the events/weddings only. We believe that because there is a community benefit to the concerts and they are open to the public, and they do end at 7:30 to 8, which is by community standards and community comments, that is a reasonable time to end amplified music. We're proposing only an occupancy max for the weddings, which is at 250 people. And that would be 250 guests. Previously, the 173 people was both staff and guests, based off of the occupancy restriction from Totalic. So that's the main request tonight. Staff, upon reviewing the project conditions for this amendment, we also noted that we didn't actually incorporate a timeline to pave or revegetate the informal parking on the above the 3rd tier of the parking lot at Grays Crossing. It was never originally approved to be parking, and we did allow for them to choose whether or not they wanted to formalize it or move forward with revegetating and blocking off vehicle access. So today, staff is recommending that we impose an actual timeline so that they can get it done by August 31st, 2019. And I think there's a discrepancy in your staff report. I may have written September in the staff report and put August in the condition. I was going back and forth, but I have put in August 31st for your discussion today. And then, as I stated, there is a new proposed condition based off of public comment that we have received thus far, and with discussions with our fire marshal regarding access to the PJ's parking lot and through Hennis Road. So it's quite a lot of text. I'm going to read through it for the most part so that we understand what this condition is. It's essentially to prohibit parking for any events that are over 100 people, or for every concert event, to prohibit parking on one side of the park, on Hennis Road or Prosser Dam Road, and to require signage. So it says, an unobstructed width of not less than 20 feet shall be maintained along all adjacent public roads, Hennis Road and Prosser Dam Road, and driveways at all times. At a minimum, temporary signs prohibiting parking near the intersection of Hennis Road and the PJ's entrance shall be required for all concerts and during wedding events with greater than 100 guests. Temporary signage prohibiting parking shall also be required on one side of Hennis Road and Prosser Dam Road. Locations and design of the temporary signage shall be reviewed and approved by the Community Development Director by July 31st, 2019. Signage shall be displayed 1 hour prior to the start of the event and removed immediately after the event. If the parking restrictions do not result in the maintenance of 20 feet of unobstructed access, additional measures may be required by the Community Development Director, including but not limited to use of parking attendants to direct parking, an off-site parking shuttle program, or a reduction of allowed number of guests. And with that condition, our fire marshal, I believe, that would meet his requirements for access to the site and through the neighborhood. And additionally, just to give you an update on where we are on the applicant's conditions, thus far, they have set up a noise analysis. Thus far, they've only done a mock setup noise analysis where they set up a faux wedding. But they have not yet gotten an expert out to the events during actual events to check the actual noise levels, because the expert they could find wasn't available to come out during those times. So they're diligently working on setting up a time with that expert to come out and actually measure the noise analysis during the events. And then they have provided an information sheet that shows how the weddings would be set up. And the expert is noted at the bottom, Ballard Acoustical Consultants Incorporated. So we have received several public comments, and I believe you have received all of them on the Town of Truckee website. We have received from Pam Dickerman, Jeff Bender, David Hennig, the HOA, and Yvette Durant. There was concern about fire access. There was some support. There was support for the changes to the occupancy limits, but there was concern about parking and potentially finding other ways to mitigate parking. And then there was a request to limit the the guest attendance to 200 people rather than 250 people for weddings and events. And then the HOA supports the change in limitation for concerts, but opposes the change in event occupancy from 173 people. So today, staff is recommending adoption of resolution number 2019-16, determining the project exempt per section 15304E, and approving the temporary use permit based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval, including the amendment discussed today at your meeting. Some alternatives for you to consider is to continue the public hearing to a date and time certain with more information from staff or the applicant team. You can add or modify the conditions, including the conditions from the original temporary use permit, and then deny the project on the basis that one or more of the required findings cannot be made. If the Planning Commission does take action tonight, the appeal period would end on July 26th at 5 p.m. And I'm here to answer questions, and we do have the applicant present today to give some brief comments.
Thank you, Yumi. Now the applicant has an opportunity to make a presentation. Would enjoy hearing from him.
Thank you, Brian Helm from Paradigm 8, the owners of the Tahoe Mountain Club. Apologize to the Planning Commission for kind of two-stepping this proposal. It wasn't our intent, and know you guys are very busy, and so appreciate the opportunity this evening. The reason for the additional step here was coming out of the last Planning Commission hearing and the approval of the temporary use permit. We hadn't anticipated the 173 person site population limitation that came from the airport district. And that sort of put in jeopardy, most importantly, some of the concert venues. And we took as a to-do list or an action item from the Planning Commission coming out of that to go back to the Airport Commission and request an exception to that to allow that to proceed. So we did work with the Airport District. They were able to make the findings necessary that had created the 173 person limitation for overflight safety risks, and they were able to make that exception and granted that back in May. So based on that review, we came back to the town and asked to be able to remove that condition that would allow us to continue those events. Just as a quick update, and Yumi touched on this, we have completed the sound study by Ballard Acoustical Engineers. We looked at both the sort of 50 feet from the sound source as well as 12 different locations throughout the community, and found those to be in compliance with the Town of Truckee sound regulations. And then we also found that the ambient conditions, interestingly, are between 45 and a little over 50, so right at the same limit of the Town of Truckee sound conditions. That being said, the music was clearly audible from homes located kind of on the golf course, but within compliance. As Yumi mentioned, we did have a little bit of trouble with scheduling Ballard with some of the weddings. We have actually now completed 2 weddings and 1 concert, and Paul is working on that write-up. The first wedding was in full compliance around all the sound measures. The second wedding was on compliance on 4 of the 5 measures. One of them was 1 to 2 decibels out of compliance, and so we're going to do a third to give us a test case, and then if we need to make any modifications, we will to our setup. Additional items that have been requested, so the staff has been keeping their their logs for each of the different events for their sound measurements as well as complaints received. On my discussions with staff today, those calls are going to Dana Rivers. She's received one complaint during an event and had addressed that complaint during that event, and will continue to monitor that during each of those events. And then as it related to parking, we've met out there with our general contractor and our civil engineer and are in process of preparing that design that we'll submit for construction of those 27 stalls later this summer. So again, thanks again for the second opportunity to take your time, and appreciate any questions.
Before you go, can I ask you one question? So it looks like you said that you've done 2 weddings and a concert with the sound study. One concert was in compliance, one was slightly out of compliance, and one wedding was in compliance, one was slightly over. What about the concert?
Concert's actually high. The concert's at 55 decibels. So the concert is actually high on the town ordinance. The weddings look to be in compliance, although we had the one reading that we're following up on.
Mr. Helm, I'd like you to stay until after we hear the public comments, and then I'll have questions for you.
Okay.
Can you hold your questions until then? Okay. Okay. Now what we'll do is give the public an opportunity to comment. Then Mr. Helm will have an opportunity to provide a response, and we will also have questions for him, and any questions that commissioners might have for staff will also be asked at that time. Are there any people who would like to make any public comments on this topic? If so, just come over to the far wall. First come, first serve at the podium. Please state your name, and remember you have 3 minutes, so try to stay on topic. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jim LaFromme, and I'm over in Parser Woods Estates, which is about a half a mile from PJ's as the crows fly. And over the last 3 years, they've been having more and more concerts. And even tonight, as I came down Prosser Dam Road, their parking lot is very, very crowded. In fact, they had cars parked in one lane of their egress driveway area, and that wasn't even a real event of any magnitude. So they have a very big parking problem, first of all, and I would almost say they need to double the amount of space that they need for parking alone. And when they have major golf attorneys or golf tournaments, there's parking on the shoulder and cattywampus all along Prosser Dam Road, and that isn't really designated parking areas because there's not real shoulders. So I would really like to see you guys revisit the amount of parking that's available versus especially this increase of 250. That's way beyond what they can handle. And secondly, the noise levels depends a lot on the wind, and in winter, in some of the concerts that they've had there, the music just drifts right through the neighborhood, and I don't care what their sound engineer says. It's like if I had music going that my neighbors a half a mile away could hear, I think I would have a problem and a call from the police. So I would like to have you take that in consideration, that this is a golf course, and that's the way I bought my house, thinking that's what it was going to be. Very quiet, hush hush on the tees, not rock concerts. And I'm not real thrilled with that idea of going till 10 and beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LeBron.
I'm Fred Isaac, and I'm a homeowner at Gray's Crossing. And my first issue with respect to this, I'm completely opposed to it. First of all, we moved into the community, and it is a nice, quiet community. It's a golf course, and it had a nice little pub there, and that's what we expected. You know, golfers go there, some of the community go there. And now we're hosting events and we're hosting weddings. And this really isn't about the events, it's more about the weddings. The weddings stay open till 10 o'clock. There's noise. I live about half a mile away on Girard, and I do my own sound test. I sit in the back, and on Saturday nights and Friday nights, I can hear the music. I can clearly hear the music. So there is disturbance throughout the golf course, throughout the entire community. And then there's the whole issue of parking. So there was a picture shown, and there was a nice little circle and some cars parked in there. They take up now the entire wooded area. They drive through that wooded area, it's filled. There isn't ample parking. You raise it, and they're saying this is for 150 people. You raise it to 250 people. Where are these people going to go? You know, where are they going to park? They're going to park all throughout the neighborhood. And then we've done sound tests then for events for 150 people, right? Now we're taking it to 250 people. For those people to hear at their events, the music's going to be louder. Just the sheer people being there, it's going to be louder. So there is this big disturbance. So, and the community just doesn't fit it, and it's really not what we agreed to when we moved in or were aware of. So then comes another practice. And this comes to the practice of the organization putting on these events. They booked all these events before they had permits, and then they asked for permits, right? So then they come to the town of Truckee and asking, oh, you know what, we want events and we need permits because we don't have permits. Great, we give them the permits to do so. Now they're asking for more people. But I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but you go to the websites and they advertise already anywhere from 250 to 300 people at these events. So they're already promoting it. So we're allowing this practice to continue. And I really question when they say there's 150 people there, are there really 150 people? And what's to stop them when we say, okay, you can have 250 people or you can have 300 people? What's to stop them from adding more? You know, it's just bad business practice. You know, I can understand supporting business, but not in a small community. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Bauman. I'm the Vice President of the Grace Crossing Master Association, Homeowner Association, and I wanted to make sure you have given a chance to read the letter we sent to you. It's very important to us to represent our homeowners, and in doing that, I want to raise several points. First of all, as Yumi has said, we are completely in agreement with using the facility for community events and using it. Those community events typically last until 8:30 or so, and we think there's a great community good for that. So we're 100% for that. However, we've had some really bad experiences with the events that have occurred so far. When I say we get complaints from our homeowners, and you've seen some of them. We've heard an awful lot more than you've seen. And those don't just talk about the noise. Noise is certainly an issue and disturbs people's quiet. That's why they bought in Grace Crossing on golf courses in the first place, but it's about safety. We've had issues of blockages of streets. I've heard today that there are some hopeful solutions on the horizon in order to solve some of these issues. But safety cannot be overlooked here, and we're getting concerns by our residents. They're real residents that are there all the time, who are concerned for their kids, and they see very fast drivers. One might assume they might be under the influence or what have you, but at 9:30, 10 o'clock and later, if it closes down at 10, they're leaving until 10:30 or so, and people are afraid for their own safety. So please consider not raising the number to 250 where we have no idea, what is going to occur in terms of the safety. So in terms of parking, it sounds like we have on the horizon a solution. as they say, we'll believe it when we see it, because that solution was supposed to be in the works as well already. It's not. And the acoustic study, to me, I'm an engineer by trade, and anytime you tell me you have a mock study, I say, then you have a mock answer. Let's have a real answer with real people at a real wedding, and let the community hear about this as well, because we are here to serve the community, are we not? And we are having a big problem with even 173 people. So please consider that limit as a permanent limit, and please consider solving the parking problem and solving the safety problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baumann.
Hi, my name is Robin Inslee. I live in Grays at 11446 Hennis, and I have a second lot there as well. I have some specific questions that I hope will be addressed tonight, some of which are reinforcing other things that have been raised, and some comments. And while tonight's agenda is about removing a cap on numbers, I believe it has to be seen as related to the issues relating to the overall compliance of the temporary permit granted in April. I'm going to start with a comment-question combo. I expressed this before, but I honestly feel like it's lost in the shuffle as this permit is looked at in 2019 and 2020. Whether initially intended this way or not, it seems to me that this is a continuing case of backdooring something in. So my first question is, I would sincerely like to know, what is the planning principle behind allowing a use to continue and perhaps even expand just because it was started in the first place, when it was done so without regard to the actual town and neighborhood approvals and master plan? The original approvals and plans should be the starting point, not the recent unpermitted use as the starting point that then just needs to be mitigated with sound studies and event numbers. It's an unfair change in the terms under which I and others, individually and collectively, made significant investments in Truckee and in Grays. My second question is, how does Paradigm meet the overall parking requirement that's in every TUP or at least when I looked that up, that says adequate parking not located within the public right-of-way and not interfering with more than 10% of on-site parking? Third question, what will Paradigm provide to the town and residents to prove that the wedding noise level is being monitored and stays below the limit, that all 6 of the conditions set forth are being met each and every time? Like, it's not okay to me that sometimes it meets it and sometimes it doesn't. And also that it's always right up against the edge if in fact it is. Anyway, and how is the town enforcing that? The next thing is, when will the actual 2 weddings be, and how will we be made aware of those findings? And then on the conditions for approval, items 10 and 13, I searched the website and stuff, and I didn't see anything. So those are supposed to be readily available or provided to residents. So the good neighbor, technical term, would not be allowed to get away with playing music amplified every weekend throughout the neighborhood. So I don't understand why a commercial operation is allowed to. So some comments. I'm uncomfortable with a thing that it feels that citizen complaints are the compliance meter and enforcement mechanism. I think it's fair to expect that the monitoring and compliance is the town's responsibility, since it's the town's condition. I want to reiterate my concern. It's not the Tuesday concert. I think it's pleasant to hear kids laughing and running, and people ride their bikes and they walk. There's not as many cars. It's over before it's dark. It's a great community event. The sound study at the mock event shows that the requirement for the speakers need to be facing up towards Prosser and to the right of PJ's, kind of by that blank scoreboard. My observation, when I've been here a couple times, is that is not in compliance. The speakers have been pointed towards the golf shop. A couple last things. I'd like to update the commission that the one resident who spoke in support of this permit at the April meeting has since sold her house and moved. So I think that's something to note as well. So I reiterate my sincere invitation for any of you to come to my patio unannounced to hear and feel for yourself. With all due respect, I truly believe you would not be okay with a band and a private party at the end of your block every weekend from May to October, particularly if that was not part of the town's stated planning parameters for your neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nestle.
Hi, my name is Jorge Vilalta. I'm going to raise the same issues everybody else has raised. I own the closest house to PJ's. It's 11430 on Hennes Road. And I know they've been conducting the sound tests. I've been there with their engineers, talking to them. And it might be within compliance, but in my house, if you close all the windows with the weddings and the concerts, you can hear the pounding on the second floor of the house from the base all the way up to 10. So I'm okay with that. I can live with that. I'm concerned that with more people, there's going to be more noise. We can also hear the people talking because we sleep with our windows open at the end of the night when we go to bed. We can hear the people talking. When you have, if it's 173, it is what it is now. If you have 250, what's that going to look like? So we're concerned about that. We didn't factor that in when we bought the house there a while ago. So that's a concern of ours. Then with the traffic as well, last week during their concert there were cars on Hennes on both sides of the road. It was hard for me to get my car into my own driveway because people had parked on both sides and then pretty close into my driveway as well. But not only that, it's that my kids couldn't play in the street because the street was completely loaded with cars, so they couldn't ride their bikes and things like that. And I'm concerned that might have been because of the 4th of July and it's a one-off thing, and that's fine. But if the weddings get to be 200, 250 people or so, are they going to park in the streets as well? And I'm going to have that on Tuesdays, and I'm going to have that on Fridays or Saturdays as well. So that's a big concern for me as well. And I think it's the same thing everybody else has raised, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delate.
Is there anyone else who would like to make any public comments? Okay. And Mr. Helm, would you mind coming back to the podium, and then the commissioners can pose questions to you and staff at the same time without having to keep calling you back up, okay? It's fine with me, depending on what the others of you think, if we ask questions of staff or Mr. Helm as you choose. Okay. I got at least a nod from Jerusha. Dave, do you want to start, or?
I do not want to start.
Okay. And I don't want to force anybody to do anything they don't want to. Would you prefer that I start?
I can start. Or Nikki.
Yeah.
Nikki's ready to go.
I want to start with a disclosure, just so everything's out in the open. There's no issue. I serve as a design consultant for the Grays Crossing Masters Association. It's not Tahoe Mountain Club, and I'm an independent contractor, but I should put that out. That would apply for the next hearing item as well. That being said, I do have some questions. I wasn't at the April hearing, just to let everybody know, and I did review the minutes, and it seemed like it was a pretty robust conversation and discourse, and I don't want to try to repeat anything if necessary, but I was curious about the parking, because parking is the issue of the decade. Continues to be. How much parking is on site at PJ's currently, paved parking?
I believe 87 parking spaces.
Okay. And so what would be required for an event, let's say 250 people at a wedding, how many spaces should be required, paved, improved spots? Is that determined?
That, I don't believe we have an actual standard that would correlate to an event space, but it would be determined through the use permit, and looking at the range of uses, we would probably do some kind of a parking demand analysis to understand kind of the scope of what types of events would be proposed, and then work with a consultant to give us a sense of what would be required.
So that's something that the Planning Commission could require before we would allow for an increase in occupancy. Specific to these weddings, we could request that this analysis be done in order to determine what exactly is the appropriate number of improved spaces.
In some ways, that could be a bit challenging, given that what I believe the request today is to not have a cap on the size of the concerts and then potentially a more modest cap on weddings. So that would be something we'd probably need to think through a little bit on how we would couch a scope of work to look at really what's the carrying capacity of the facility in all likelihood, given that there might be a popular concert and how many people could be expected to show up.
Yeah, I guess I'm surprised that that hasn't been done. And clearly there's an issue with people parking on the road, and then there's this unimproved spot, and that has not yet to date been paved or improved. Is that correct?
That's correct. There wasn't a end date identified in the condition, so that was lacking, but we're trying to rectify that today.
And then, do you know how many spaces are used in that unimproved spot?
I don't know the number. I don't know.
Maybe Brian, could you answer that? Like
Yeah,
off
sure.
off your head, how much parking is on site and off site? And
For sure. So I was texting with our event staff just to try and get some numbers from them. They said typically the weddings don't trigger sort of off-site parking, but it does get between 20 and 24 people into that dirt parking lot. PJ's is approved under the original land use application for an additional 27 stalls. And so that's what we're currently designing around, is to add those additional 27 stalls. The trigger in the past for the events that have triggered sort of street parking, which is parking on the street is legal in the summer months, but not in the winter months. Our events are all summer events. Those have been the concerts occasionally, like the CAT golf tournament and things like that, that are larger golf tournaments, have triggered some off-site parking. And I think the concern that came out of that was when people were starting to park on both sides of the street, we were getting within really the fire marshal's expectations for 20 feet for fire apparatus. And so we're supportive of the staff's request for no parking on the one side of the street and the signage that would go with that. And I think that being during the concerts, which is when that has traditionally sort of been the overflow parking situation.
And then how many paved spots do you have at PJ's currently? Or I know there's the golf shop.
Yeah, that's the number I think Yumi was confirming was 83 or 87.
I think it's 87.
Okay.
87?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Great. Those are all the questions I have right now.
Nikki brought up the traffic study. I was wondering, for this particular situation, is there any sense of how much it would cost simply to do a survey of per capita car usage? It seems like a special event. An intern or maybe someone that the applicant can find could simply count the number of people that come in per car, and we could get a per capita number, a per car number, do riders per car for a particular event. That would allow the commission then to establish a cap. We know what the parking spaces are. We'd have a measure of how many parking spaces can be allowed for a special event. Be complicated a little bit by people who are there for another reason, but I believe PJ's, Brian, don't you close down all other activities when you're holding a special event?
Yeah, so I guess there's two different types of special event. The weddings, which will overlap slightly with the end of the golf day, so you might get, the last golfers coming off, and then the weddings starting to come up. We typically don't have parking issues even for the large weddings on site for those. The place where we have the street parking is for the concerts, which we hold on the Tuesdays. So the concerts are what triggers really that off-site parking on what we believe to have been, and I hope that's correct, is legal street parking, albeit when it was done on both sides was causing some concerns with the fire marshal.
Okay. We can explore this in deliberations, but I want staff to be aware and go ahead and give me any comments they have right now on how difficult it would be to simply get a count of what the average number is of people per car at, 1, 2, or 3 events. Even have somebody that's taken a statistics class tell us how many we need to do. Any thoughts?
We could certainly go out and do two events and see what the per capita per vehicle is. One of the issues that may arise is that this is a temporary use permit. It is not a permanent use permit. So if we're going to look at increasing the required number of parking spaces, it would require a project amendment for the PJ's clubhouse. It would not be something we could do within this temporary use permit without opening that up. Because the only reason why we could allow for that additional parking in the upper tier was because the original PJ's permit allowed for a range of 87 to 114 parking spaces, and they only did the lower end of the parking spaces. But because if we do want to create permanent parking for the future for this temporary use permit, then it would be an actual project amendment to increase the site disturbance on site.
Right. Okay. And then, so Mr. Helm, you said you would be fine with the draft condition that staff wrote up for parking on one side of the street?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me again the status of the sound study? It sounds you've already completed the mock study, but have you submitted a report to anyone on the mock study?
No, I talked to Paul Baller today. He said he was about a week out of completing the addendum, so we've submitted the mock, and then he's compiling the data, and we'll be submitting the addendum to the sort of the study that we were able to complete before any events were scheduled. That'll be submitted in the next week and a half, 2 weeks.
Okay, so there's going to be an addendum to the mock study that's going to be submitted to the staff within the next 2 weeks?
That's correct.
And then you'll also have to do a report on your actual event monitoring.
That's right. Staff keeps a log for each of the events. They are doing both they have a checklist for setup. So we've established a setup checklist. They go through that checklist. They do an initial sound evaluation at DJ setup. Then they provide a log of complaints and responses to those complaints, as well as a log of sound measurements that they're taking during those events, and then those will be handed in to the town of Truckee per our conditions of approval prior to the date in September.
Okay, and what date is that, do you know?
Do you remember, Yumi, what that date is? It's like September 1st or 30th, or it's sometime in September.
Okay, so an actual report on sounds generated by actual events won't be available until September?
No, we'll have that in 2 weeks. I was talking about the logs. I'm sorry. So, sorry, Chairman Zabriskie.
Mm-hmm.
The original study has been submitted. The appendix with the real-life data will be submitted in 2 weeks.
That's the mock study. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Mock plus the actual.
Okay, thank you.
Plus actual events.
Okay.
And then at the end of the season, we'll provide the logs, complaint logs, additional real-time, and et cetera.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one of the commenters said the speakers are pointing toward the golf shop and they should be pointing towards my house up in Prosser Lakeview. Is that what I heard?
The orientation that the sound consultant provided was the one that's on the diagram there. I'll reconfirm that we're going through that setup checklist, so if there's an issue, we'll...
Okay.
I got a follow-up question to that. Is this the same way it's set up for the concerts?
Yes.
Okay. What are your feelings about a cap at either 200 or 250?
We're fine with the 250 cap. The weddings, and it's important that the sound study wasn't done based on a number of people. Like Paul didn't say, how many people are you going to do, and come in and do the study. He came in and said 80 decibels of sound, 50 foot, right? So we didn't specify that, and the 173 that came as a condition of approval wasn't about parking. It wasn't about noise. It wasn't about the congestion. It was specifically from the airport district as an overflight safety, which just is kind of based on an area calc. So just wanted to clarify that. So we're fine with staff's recommendation that they put in the staff report.
Okay. There were comments about feelings expressed by commenters or observations that there's reckless driving during or after events. Can you tell me what you're able to do, what your company is able to do to, I guess, to assure that people aren't inebriated when they leave?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a safe serve, sort of responsible restaurant operator perspective, our staff's trained to not overserve, and people bring kind of BYOB to some of these events, and so it's tougher to monitor that sort of BYOB sort of behavior, but we can certainly add that to our training, but it's certainly a difficult part of sort of public concerts.
Okay, that goes to my next question. What do you do to make sure your staff is watching out to make sure that that whoever the driver is sober?
I can't really speak to that. I could follow up with you with our sort of food and bev team, but I'm not typically on site for most of the concerts.
Okay, so you do have staff that has some responsibility, and this might be something where they could share with town staff what it is.
For sure.
They do.
Yeah, no, apologize that I don't have that information, but I'm happy to follow up with that.
Okay, those are all excuse me, those are all my questions.
Great, thank you. On the noise addendum that's forthcoming, will that include mitigation measures to ensure that you're noise compliant?
Yes. So when we did the original study, everything was in compliance. When we did the first wedding, everything was in compliance. When we did the second wedding, all but 4 measures were in compliance. And so Paul's re-looking at that to see what mitigation, if and what mitigations that we'll place into that. I think one of the things of note is these sound studies are pretty counterintuitive from a sort of a layman's perspective. Certainly when I spoke with the sound engineers, it's not the most intuitive science I've ever come across. So spoken word, music, things like that are more audible, but the actual decibel reading that is generated by that sound may be consistent with where ambient is. So when you actually go out onto Hennis Flat, to some of the houses that are facing the golf course, and you sit and you look at ambient, some of the ambient readings just from highway noise, trucks going by, things like that, are a consistent high 40s, low 50s, so exceeding town's noise standards just at ambient. And so then when you layer music on top of that, the music is more audible, but it's not generating a decibel level that's in excess of the sound standards, and somewhat of a counterintuitive. So that's why it can be more prevalent from your just senses, but you're not necessarily violating the sound code. And so from that perspective, it's tough to kind of parse between, well, was that an ambient peak in the decibels, or was it generated by the project? And so that'll be included in the write-up that we'll be submitting.
I guess I'm confused why this came to the commission without the complete noise study. I just, it seems like we should have waited a month. But is there a reason why we pushed this?
We voted for it.
To be, oh, we did?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't at the April meeting either.
Well, we were hopeful at the time that the study would be complete by now.
Well, and if I could, the only reason that that we brought this back was, I think one of the things that got kind of wrapped up into this discussion, because this is typically a community development director sort of approval, but when the tentative use permit or temporary use permit request came out, it pulled in the concerts. And I think, don't want to speak for everybody, but there was a majority of people that were supportive of the concerts piece of it. And so we were kind of asked by the commission to go back to the airport district and get this exception, and then sort of not have to be in a position where we were limiting the concerts. So that's why we're back, because the concerts are sort of ongoing at this point.
Okay. And then have you ever considered, and I know this would be tricky because golf plays till a certain time, and then, you need a certain amount of time for a wedding, but ending weddings earlier than 10:30 or so, it feels like that's been, the lateness of those events has been a reoccurring theme in the comments. Is that a consideration?
Yeah, and not to kind of drag us back into the discussion from April too much, but so we took over the club in January after the closure notice and the sort of the kind of teetering on the bankruptcy piece. So we're kind of new we weren't the guys that scheduled this. We weren't the guys that said, hey, we've scheduled this. Can we now get a permit? We're the guys that were trying to kind of keep the club in operation. And so that's why it's a little bit backwards from what would normally done from a permit process. One of the things that we asked of the Planning Commission at the time was to say, hey, listen, we're working on a permanent solution for these events. This isn't our long-term solution for events. It's an imperfect solution at best to hold events at PJ's. We just asked to not go backwards for 2 years while we worked on a more permanent solution for our events in a location that won't be disruptive to the community members. So that's sort of a little bit of background from that meeting.
Yeah.
As it relates to, we went out and we tried to sell sort of 8 o'clock weddings. We tried to sell acoustic weddings. We tried to sell, we just didn't get any
Silent
takers.
disco weddings.
Yeah. We didn't get any takers, and I admit that you have to kind of take my word for it, but Dana was out actively trying to kind of sell those because we would love to be able to sell those because they're not as controversial, but we didn't find as many takers or we didn't find any takers for that offering. And so that's a sample size of one club, but that was our experience with it.
Thank you.
So Brian, since April, I believe, if memory serves, in that April meeting, you guys had mentioned that you were possibly looking at the option of renovating I think it's.
So we're actually looking at within Grays. So we haven't pursued that option because we think we have some better options that we'll bring to the staff in town.
So would it be fair to say that you may not be interested in doing these weddings after this temporary use?
That's our hope, is that 2 years that this is not our primary location. That's very much, we look at it and we're trying to turn PJ's into a local sort of favorite restaurant. You cannot do that. You cannot make PJ's a successful restaurant if you close it every Saturday and Sunday. We get that that's the dumbest business model in the history of business models, to try and establish a good restaurant and a brand that people want to come to. So our real genuine intent is to not go backwards for 2 years on revenue while we try to stabilize the club and get in place a permanent solution that doesn't ask us to kind of run an event business with one hand tied behind our back, anger a bunch of people, and really not do events very well. So very much in line with that expectation is that 2 years from now, we've got a more permanent solution, and one that doesn't disrupt the community.
Thank you.
That was a great question. Thanks, Dave. So to me, it sounds like, well, the solution to this is not to provide more parking, but to make parking less attractive. If we can get more people to ride their bikes and walk, then we can have the public concerts without having the traffic problem. So I'm confused, though. I've heard it both ways here. I've heard concerts don't overflow the parking due to locals walking and biking, but then I've heard concerts from you do overflow the parking because they're bigger.
Concerts, it depends on who's playing that evening. Really popular concerts, there's quite a bit of overflow. You might see 400 people, and when you get to that level, there is street parking, absolutely. Weddings is what I was saying, which are typically smaller, less than 200 people for the most part. We only had one 200-person wedding that was up there. That doesn't overflow the parking. It does push some of our staff into that sort of unimproved area that we'll be addressing. But so weddings haven't, the large tournaments or concerts or what have caused that overflow into the legal street parking areas.
Okay, and then I guess this is for staff. If we do that, make it so that parking on one side of the street is illegal, will that then be ticketed by local law enforcement?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that because when we've come into these situations, we haven't had people not comply. And typically because the signs include tape barriers and other things to block people from parking there, so it hasn't been an issue in the past.
Great. I think that's all I have.
I got a follow-up to that one. Would there be any way to put language in there so that if somebody was parked illegally, they could be towed by anybody that called in the community?
I'm not sure we could do that since the municipal code allows summertime or seasonal parking. It would likely fall into the realm of code compliance unless we were to make changes to our municipal code for that stretch of Hennis or.
I would agree with Jenna. I mean, when we looked at this request, we looked at sort of similar facilities that are in operation in the community. That includes Tahoe Donners. So they have their concerts that they do. They have a lot of activity with the ski hill. They have kind of similar overflow issues and management issues. And so we kind of looked at it from that approach of what's something that's reasonable that people would do without a lot of effort in hiring and having a parking attendant stand there and monitor that kind of thing. And the signs with, kind of a little barrier tends to be very effective to keep people from parking in areas that they shouldn't be. It works for Truckee Thursdays and other things. So we felt like that was a good place to start. And if that's not working, then we can always go back and revisit it and come to you and explain how it's not working from a code compliance perspective.
We could certainly require a parking management plan and put the burden on the applicant to enforce the condition privately and have maybe parking monitors out. If people are parking in the wrong areas, they could be told to move. I mean, that would certainly be pretty challenging to deal with given the stretch of road that's being parked on. But there's probably options out there, but I don't know that they'd be from a law enforcement standpoint.
Well, if I could, Commissioner Gove, I did talk to the fire marshal about that issue as to kind of what compliance measures there were in place. He admitted that it was largely complaint-driven compliance measures that were brought in. So if someone complained to the fire department, then they would act. So they don't have as much of a proactive approach. But he did say if someone's encroaching upon or impeding that 20-foot fire access, which is what's kind of driving a lot of this, if someone has created that 20 or less than a 20-foot condition, that is a towable sort of thing. He's like, we come out, we ticket, we tow, we do those sorts of things. So when that condition has been impinged upon, according to the fire marshal, they have the ability to bring enforcement down.
So it sounds like a reasonable approach might be to have a traffic mitigation plan with signage in place, and then the onus to monitor that and alert the fire department would be up to you guys, thereby keeping the roads clear.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd alert the fire department as much as I'd alert whoever the towing facility was.
Whoever would have the authority to call the tow company. I don't have any other questions for the applicant. I have some other questions for staff.
I just want to follow up on the car study I'm thinking about. I want to hear what the other commissioners have to say, but I want to get an idea now for Mr. Hellman or the staff on a car study, more information on a car study, because I'm inclined to impose the condition on street parking proposed by staff, but not to allow an increase in the number of attendees at this time. I would want to see a car study first, because it strikes me if you're at 3 people per car and you have 100 parking spaces, you're already far in excess of the parking you require. So I think it'd be good to know if we're getting an average of 1, 2, or 3 people per car, and then know just what the length is of one side of the street where overflow parking could occur.
Yeah, I guess my only question would be, I could probably tell you with 100% certainty that a car study or a site population study for the concerts will show an overflow of parking. I guess my question back is that legal street parking, and are people allowed to park there as long as they're not impinging upon the fire apparatus access provisions of the 20 feet? And so if we do the study, is it telling us anything that we don't know, which is concerts stress the parking, and so if we don't have the ability to do legal street parking for concerts, it's going to eliminate our ability to do concerts, would be my guess.
Okay. My concern is getting down to factually what's going on with the parking. How do the numbers come out? And for me, it's a question of how many people per car are we averaging? And that's my focus. I know a study's going to show if they go out, they're going to see cars on both sides of the street. I don't know if that means there's less than 2 people per car on average or not, but it helps me, knowing how many people there are per car, helps me decide what the cap should be, because the cap for me would be limited to the parking available on site and the parking available on one side of the street.
Got it.
That's almost a mindless way of calculating the cap.
But how long, I mean, couldn't they work their way down the whole street? And I mean, I'm just saying, like, where do we draw the line on how far down the street they can park?
I do want to see the numbers first. To me, that's a flexible number.
And can I say one thing is that then you're restricting cars. Well, you're restricting people, but what we want to restrict is cars. I want to get people out of their cars, and I want to get people coming to these summer concerts by foot or by bus or by bike. So I get the idea of restricting the cars, but I'm not sure that I get the idea of restricting the people through the cars. Does that make sense? Because you're not accounting for the other
Right. And I don't mean to get too deep in deliberations.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find out, does anybody have a problem from the applicant or the staff with a study that simply counts the number of people per car at a wedding event and at a one of your Saturday events or concert events, I guess, weddings and concerts?
Well, like I said, I think we don't have a problem doing a count. I think what it's going to tell us is, and what we thought we left here from the last hearing, maybe I was incorrect, but what we thought we left here was there wasn't a concern about the concerts, and there was sort of a request to go get this cap lifted. So that's why we went about doing that, because the concerts are meant to be sort of a community event. They're not meant to be, a PJ's sort of money-making event. They do okay, but the music costs as much as the money you make. So we did it to try and preserve the community benefit concerts. So I suspect if we go out, we're going to find out that there is some cap that you would do depending on which concert it's at. And then I really don't have a great way of saying how we'll enforce that. That's not meant to be a cop-out, but I don't know how to. It's an open lawn. It's sort of a public space. It's hard to envision how we do a great job enforcing it. And my fear would be that it just sort of leads to the concerts are more trouble than they're worth. Let's just leave it at that and stop doing them.
I feel like I need to disclose that I was the one that said, go talk to Talek and see if you can get your for the public benefit. So just letting you guys know that weren't here. I was the one who said, I like the public benefit. Let's try and keep that at the same level, which was above 200 participants.
Does staff have anything further to say on doing a count of people per cars at a wedding and a concert?
I think that's something that you could request as part of this. We were just discussing whether you would achieve the same thing with doing a parking management plan as a condition, and kind of defining the parameters of that. Parking on one side of Prosser Dam Road and Hennis, but, limiting how far out that can go through signage, which we've done with other special events in town. The Great Ski Race is an example of one where we put signs that say no parking past this point, and then it just self-regulates. So it could be achieved by either of those. I don't think we have a strong preference either way. It just sounds like the commission as a whole is kind of interested in putting a box around where the parking is allowed.
The reason I'm trying to simplify it to a person per car count is because I'm concerned about cost and burden for the staff. So what would a parking management study entail?
It's not really a cost to us. It's something that the applicant would pay for typically. So we would review it and we would discuss kind of options within it, but it's not a burden. Either one would work.
Okay, thank you.
For our current condition of approval, it was applying a cap just for the weddings, correct? It did not actually talk about the concerts.
It removed the concert cap. It was just an open-ended cap. No cap for the concert, sorry.
Can you pull up the proposed condition again? The condition having to do with parking. The proposed, the new language. In the first sentence, it says not only on the public roads, but also driveways. Is that something that came from the fire district?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Can you walk me through the process, what happens when this temporary use permit expires? If the applicant wanted to come back in and either extend, renew, or would they have to start fresh? I mean, how would that work?
I believe the language in the conditions say that if there aren't significant complaints and the community development director finds that they've been compliant with all of the requirements, that the staff could then renew the temporary use permit. If there are some substantive complaints, then we would return to Planning Commission for review.
Thank you.
If I could just add one more thing about the parking too, in terms of doing an evaluation of how much parking is needed. We won't really get a real good feel for how far that parking would have to occur without actually evaluating where there's space, because it's definitely the shoulders vary. There's places where you can park and get your car completely off the road. There's other places where there's ditches, there's guardrails. So you could really start going down a rabbit hole of analysis. If that's important to the commission, just to know the extent of where the parking is going to occur and sort of size the cap, that's something that could be evaluated. But I just want to also point out that, a lot of there are other places in town that have concerts like the regional park, and in those certain circumstances, it's not many times per year. I think are we talking 12 or 14 times per year with the concerts, that parking's allowed out on the street and on Brockway Road. And so whether or not it's okay for the community benefit, if there's a trade-off there to have the parking and just let it kind of figure out, as long as we don't have an emergency access issue, I think that's kind of where the staff recommendation came from. So,
thank you.
I'm ready to start deliberating.
So am I.
So am I. Thank you, Mr. Helm. There was, I just want to address one of the questions from the audience, or one of the commenters that doesn't have anything to do with questions we posed to staff and the applicant. One person wanted to know what our principle is for approving projects that were previously operating without a license. And we look at those things on a case-by-case basis. We're not necessarily going to punish a person for having acted without a license to begin with. And it's really going to depend on the circumstances. We took this into account in the prior approval. As Mr. Helm pointed out, they were new operators. There were a number of other factors involved in our decision, but we made it aware of private non-compliance. And then just on another matter, at that prior hearing, there were several people in favor of approval of the motion. It wasn't complete opposition, and it was a lively discussion. Okay, so I'm ready to go to the merits of this. I guess I should do a disclosure as well. I live up in Prosser Lakeview. I've been to PJ's on occasion. I've seen cars parked on both sides of the street on Prosser Dam Road, and more often on Hennis Road down where the construction's occurring. So I am familiar with the general area, and I don't know if I've ever been to one of the I've been to one of the I think Tuesday concerts as well. Who wants to start?
Okay, I'll start.
Sure.
I wasn't at the April meeting as I had said, so I may not have as broad of a scope as the others who were. I'm looking at both sides of this. I really appreciate all the public comment and the letters that were written, and kind of like my sense overall is wanting to kind of uphold the good neighbor element that one of the speakers spoke to. I think that's really important. And so this is kind of a compatibility issue, and let's make sure both sides can benefit adequately. It seems like the overwhelming support from the people who live in this neighborhood is to continue the concerts as is without a cap. There were a couple people who were opposed to that, but I'd say the majority spoke in favor of the concerts and the fact that there is a time limit. I think that the parking on one side of the street will help with that issue. I think from a public safety standpoint, fire hazard as well, and also kind of helping to limit some of the occupancy. I think that will help regulate matters. It seems like the more negative sentiment was towards the weddings and the kind of non-public benefit or kind of local aspect that is provided by these concerts. And there was a concern about kind of this open-ended number. I feel that concern. I'm not supportive of an open-ended number for wedding guests. I actually tend to feel like 200, especially given this kind of nebulous sense of the cars and numbers and this and that and how many people are parked where. I feel like 200 is a good happy medium, a little bit more than the 173 from the airport. It doesn't include staff, and I know, having worked in restaurants over the years and catered, et cetera, you can have a pretty substantial number of staff people for a big event. So I feel like 200 is a good number. There's 114 I would like that they require the 27 spaces to be improved, and that would provide 114 spaces. I think that would address kind of the capacity of the wedding guests as well as people working on site. And I am concerned, I think, echoing Jerusha's sentiment about the noise analysis. We didn't really have kind of everything before us. But I'm okay if like that gets, I guess, punted to staff for kind of a final assessment. I think at the end of the day, given kind of a limitation on the number of guests to the weddings, there's only so many each year, and then coupled with kind of the concerts that have an ending time at 8 p.m., I kind of think that's a fair balance. I'm not sure if I touched on everything, but
Would you include the new proposed condition by staff?
Yes, I support that, the one side of the street. And I think that I would echo what Danielle mentioned with kind of Truckee Thursdays and these other events with the signage. I think that's effective. And if it's needed to bring in, the fire department or whoever to cite people, I think that's appropriate. I would tend to believe people aren't going to push those limits.
What are your thoughts on a parking management study?
I do see the benefit. I'm concerned about kind of this after the fact. I wasn't at the April meeting. I know there was a lot of back and forth. I will say this, this area, given our next hearing item, 7.1, this is only going to become a bigger issue. We've got a hotel, et cetera, more intensive uses that will affect this neighborhood. So I don't think it's a bad idea, but I don't necessarily want it to stand in the way of moving this forward.
Thank you.
Well said, Commissioner Riley. I am in support of the things that you said. The one thing that also resonated with me with what Mr. Helm said was that they are looking for an alternate site, and I think that's a key piece to this, is that it just doesn't make sense to keep having weddings at this event, at this location and that sort of thing. So I have nothing else to add. I agree with what you said, and I think the 200 sort of makes sense, especially since you're not having events that exceed that anyways. So why push it?
Yeah, I'm supportive also of the new proposed condition. Just so that, for safety's sake, I agree that we should have the fire access. I am supportive of a 200 guest limit on the weddings, not on the public concerts. And I like that PJ's is providing a public benefit to the entire community, not just to the private community there. And I think that's all I have.
Dave?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I think it's important to, it was a good reminder to if I have the applicant tell us that, they didn't plan on this, that they bought this company and they're just trying to keep this thing from going under. And I do believe that they are looking for another venue. That being said, I agree with all their comments that the concert is viewed as a community amenity, and a higher use count for that would be approvable. I do think that keeping the weddings at 200 guests is reasonable. I do agree that we need to have this new condition that they mandate that they park on one side of the road and then also police it. But I also think that we need to change the fact that it can be reviewed by staff at the end of this temporary use permit. So, I think it's important that we let the community know that their voice is heard. I would be extremely upset if I bought a house on a golf course and was expecting to go have a cocktail at the restaurant on Saturday nights, and that went away for 7 months out of the year. So I'd like everyone to know that we're sympathetic to that and looking for a kind of a win-win, but not something in perpetuity.
I support that.
Okay, on further reflection, I'm fine with what the other commissioners are willing to accept, which is the 200-person cap at this time.
To clarify, that there's a 200-person cap for the weddings with no cap for the community amenity concert event.
Okay. Is that the feeling of the other commissioners? Okay.
And just for clarification, that's for guests, and employees would be on top of that?
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm willing to entertain a motion.
Before we move on to that, then we would have to then amend the condition of approval that allows it to be reviewed by staff if everyone would like to use, depending on whether or not Commissioner Gove's recommendation for changing the review authority at the end of this temporary use permit is approved by the rest of Planning Commission.
I'm supportive of Commissioner Gove's recommendation. I think that does provide a level of confidence for the public that's a higher level than, and a little more accessible to the public than staff.
Yeah, I'm fine including that in the motion.
Okay, then I'll move forward and make a motion to approve when the resolution comes up so I can see the number. Or is it, which one? Oh, okay, resolution number 2019-16, determining the project categorically exempt from CEQA per section 15304E, and approve the temporary use permit based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval, subject to certain changes.
Including, it sounds like an amendment to include that proposed condition that we had in the staff presentation regarding the one-sided parking, and then to amend condition number 8, which would then, we would pretty much just remove the edited version to say that it'll just be brought back to the Planning Commission.
And then also that we allow for a 200-person wedding attendee maximum, not including staff, which I can't remember which condition that was, where staff had put 250, I think.
Yes, condition.
Oh, yeah, and as well as the paved auxiliary parking lot that was, Mr. Helmut stated would accommodate 27 spaces, that will be paved by the date, is it August 31st? That staff had recommended.
Okay.
I mean, it'd be nice if it was done sooner, if possible.
Everybody's pretty
Yeah, I know
busy.
the pay, right, well, maybe the guy from Manteca who came by my house can stop over there. I'm just kidding. I didn't hire him, but I think that's all. Is that?
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Tarnay,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hall,
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie,
Yes.
Commissioner Riley,
Yes.
Commissioner Gove.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to take just a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll start with item number 7.1, the Village at Grace Crossing.
Oh, has your mic on?
Yeah. Okay, the next item is a major item. It's item 7.1. It's the village at Gray's Crossing. And Yumi, go ahead and take it away.
All right, here we go. So today, the Village at Gray's Crossing applicants are requesting a project on what is currently 15 parcels, not all of them which are addressed, so there's fewer addresses than parcel numbers. And then in reviewing all of my parcel numbers today, I found that there are some missing ones, so I added them in. So the Village at Gray's Crossing is located along 89 north between the Prosser Dam Road and Hennis Road roundabouts, north of Hennis Flats, east of Frishman Hollow, and while the Fairway townhomes are technically part of the Village at Gray's Crossing, they are already constructed under a previously approved village project and are not under today's review. So the Village at Gray's Crossing is in the Village Center District of Gray's Crossing, which is in the Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District of our zoning map and in the Gray's Crossing specific plan area of our general plan. Here is the site plan of today's project proposal. The applicants are proposing an 83,000 square foot, 129 room hotel with a 5,000 square foot conference center, 1 8-pump gas station. It's a 4-station 8-pump gas station with a 2,800 square foot convenience store and 750 square foot single bay car wash, 17,000 square feet of commercial square footage in 5 buildings with 21 residential units above, 24 attached single-family residential units, also called townhomes, 1 residential fourplex, and then 250 parking spaces throughout, not including the parking spaces that are identified in the garages of the single-family homes. So in order to request approval, the applicants are requesting three permits from the Planning Commission, development permits for new non-residential structures that contain 7,500 square feet or more, disturbance of 26,000 square feet or more of the site, including realignment and construction of a trail and transit shelter, establishing a hotel use, live-work quarters, parks and playgrounds, convenience store, and gas station car wash, as well as a multifamily residential development with 11 or more residential units. They're also requesting a tentative map to re-describe and re-subdivide the 15 existing parcels and easements into 7 commercial lots, 3 common space open space lots, 1 right-of-way lot, 24 townhome lots, 21 condominiumized lofts, and 1 residential fourplex with 4 condominiumized units. And they're also requesting a comprehensive sign program for their multi-tenant site. So today, Planning Commission's role is to review this project primarily for consistency with the Gray's Crossing specific plan. The Gray's Crossing specific plan is the governing document for this project and outlines the design guidelines and the density and intensity within that plan. So you're also reviewing it to ensure consistency with those design guidelines and then looking at signage to make sure it's creating a unified architectural statement and acknowledging that uses that are identified in this these development permits are permitted by the Gray's Crossing specific plan. It should be noted that the applicants haven't identified exactly what tenants will be moving into the commercial spaces, so future tenants would have to come in for zoning clearances for their potential retail or office use to establish that first use, and potential future changes of use would then also have to come in for zoning clearances or other use permits, but they are required to be consistent with the uses identified in the Gray's Crossing specific plan. So to give you a little project background, there is quite a bit of history on this site. So in 2004, as you would know, the specific plan was adopted along with a development agreement and EIR was certified. This was the mixed use component of the Gray's Crossing site. And at the same time as the specific plan, there was a tentative map approved and project approved for the village, which included 3,900 square feet of office and retail floor space with 21 live-work units above, over here on the northwest side of the property, 120 room lodge with 5,000 square foot conference facility, a community cultural center, a gas station at the southwest corner of the project site, attached housing along the eastern perimeter of the project site, of which, I'll move on. The specific plan references the residential land uses, which lists 48 attached housing units in a village setting, ranging from studio flats to 3 and 4 bedroom townhomes. And there was also a church site that was identified in this specific plan. In 2006, the applicants came in for an amendment to their tentative map and project, and they proposed approximately 33,000 square feet of commercial square footage, a grocery store, an 8-pump gas station, 24 market townhouses with parking, live-work lofts, condominiums at market rate, parking, and a comprehensive sign program. And it should be noted that the Planning Commission approved this tentative map, but they continued the public hearing for the development permit, stating that the parking lot visibility along Highway 89 was of concern, and the proposed material elevations, roof lines, massing, and landscape design at that time was also of concern. And then they wanted to ensure that this project had a village feel consistent with the specific plan. In 2007, those same applicants came back with a revised development permit application, which had 2 phases, with a future phase identified for other items. There's a grocery store, retail, 5 townhomes, and a bus shelter in phase 1, and in phase 2 there was additional commercial with additional lofts and then 19 townhomes. It should be noted that the tentative map was recorded, that was previously approved in 2006, and then 17, which these upper in the northwest portion of the site, they have been constructed and they're called the Fairway Townhomes today, and so they are considered part of the village, but they were approved under this previous project. So today the applicants are proposing many of the same uses. They're proposing an 83,000 square foot, 129 room hotel with 5,000 square foot conference center, which is located on the western portion of the project site, close to 89 North. And then this is the conference center on the upper right-hand side of the screen, and then the hotel, which they've identified the tenant currently as Hyatt House, but that could change. There is an 8-pump gas station proposed with 2,800 square foot convenience store and 750 square foot car wash at the southwest corner of the property, across the street from the Hennis Flats on 89 North and Hennis Road. There are 3 commercial buildings with 5 residential units above on the northwest portion of the building next to the Prosser Dam Road roundabout. That is, each building is 2,500 square feet, and they have 2 1-bedroom units and 3 600. They have 5 1-bedroom units above. And then there's 2 commercial buildings on the east side of Edwin Road that bisects the property from north to south. It's 4,900 square feet. Each building is 4,900 square feet with 3 2-bedroom units above. And then there's 24 townhomes proposed along the east side of the project site, abutting the golf course. And you can see this is the view from the golf course of the townhomes. And then down here you can see the site location. And they would be divided by or accessed by a new private road that is being proposed today. So here are some close-up images of each townhome. We don't have to go into each detail, but I thought we should have them here for discussion's sake. So this is a townhome A, is 2,700 square feet each. That's the living area with 615 square foot garage, and they're all 4-bedroom units. There's one townhome A2 building that's between the 2 A1 buildings to provide a little variation in material. It's the same building form with variation in material. And then there are 2 4-bedroom, 2,800 square foot attached units as well. And then I noted in your staff report that there are 4 townhome B buildings. There's actually 3 to get to the 24 townhomes. I just wanted to clarify that. And those have 2 different sizes of units in there, one 2,700 square foot and one 2,800 square foot unit in each of those. And those are scattered throughout the townhome area. And then townhome C, there's 5 townhome C buildings, which is the smallest of all of the townhome units. There are 2 3-bedroom units, which are around 2,000 square feet with a 500 square foot attached garage. And those are located on either side of the private road. And then there is one 4-plex, which is also considered an attached unit, and they have 2 2-bedroom units, and the 4-plex is located north of the gas station and south of the hotel on the west side of Edwin Road. So to just, as noted in your staff report, there are several standards that we look at as staff, and I've identified them here. For the most part, we found on these screens here that this project is consistent with the Grace Crossing specific plan requirements and development code requirements where the Grace Crossing specific plan is silent. So we went through setbacks, which there are none specified in both the development code and Grace Crossing. Site coverage, there's a high of a maximum 70% requirement, and they've met that requirement. It's a maximum height of 50 feet. The tallest building is the hotel, and it is right around 50 feet. And then the square footage, it differs to the Grace Crossing specific plan, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Parking, there is a shared parking model for the commercial units, the 5 commercial buildings, conference center, and a hotel. The townhomes each have their own parking in their garages and driveway parking. There's a residential fourplex where they'll be using the surface street parking, surface level parking, but they'll have 10 dedicated parking spaces, which meets the requirement. And then the gas station, car wash, convenience store have their own dedicated area for parking, and they share amongst themselves, but they are dedicated for those uses specifically. And then, as I noted, there's shared parking for the hotel, conference center, and commercial buildings. And with the calculation that I've provided here, they do meet that requirement with the use of a shared parking reduction, which is allowed within the Grace Crossing specific plan. So among these 3 uses, they would be be providing 240 parking spaces, which is an 18% reduction from the 294 required parking spaces. So staff has found that the parking requirements have been met. So we've identified a few topics for consideration within your staff report and in the staff presentation. I have outlined the major discussion topics that we put in your staff report for you to aid your discussion if you desire. And then I've identified to the right the 7 items that we'll discuss briefly tonight. So density, intensity, architecture, design, site plan, the visual corridor, housing, live work units, parking, and signs. So, as you know, the Grace Crossing specific plan has some inconsistencies within the Grace Crossing specific plan. There's a development plan that has identified different numbers of units. There's a tentative map. There's a tentative map description that identifies specific numbers, and then it has a construction phasing plan that also has different numbers. So I've identified those assumptions within this slide. I would also note that because the most specific and it's the written word within the specific plan, staff has relied on the tentative map written description that's identified within the specific plan to help guide our review of the project. So that's the one highlighted in teal on the screen. So for the village, the things that matter are the live work lofts, 21 units, office retail, maximum 3,900 square feet, lodge, 120 rooms, conference facility, 5,000 square feet. And then there's a community center, gas station, and convenience store at 1,800 square feet, and then a church site. And then there's identified 48 attached units in a village setting that range in size. That's what's identified within the specific plan. So as I noted to the right, this is the proposed plan versus what we've identified as what we would use for determining consistency from staff's perspective. And we've identified where there is some slight inconsistencies with the actual plan and the proposed project. So as noted, the hotel has 9 more rooms than was identified within the specific plan. The gas station, the specific plan identifies an 1,800 square foot service station and convenience store. We weren't clear on how that 1,800 square feet would be distributed or allocated, if it's just for the service station and the convenience store is just on its own. So that is open to interpretation by the Planning Commission. And then the retail office, we've identified that they're providing 51% of what would be the maximum allowed square footage proposed. So this is a question for Planning Commission today: is the density intensity that's identified within the specific or within the project consistent with the specific plan? Here are the attached units. This is also a question, as I noted, that Grace Crossing specific plan identifies 48 attached units within the village setting in a range of density unit types, ranging from studio flats to 3 to 4 bedroom units. And it identifies attached units as being medium density, but then it doesn't define what actually medium density means for us to provide an accurate review. So one of the questions that we've identified is, does the unit breakdown meet the vision for the village? The tentative map shows 35 units versus 48 units within the actual description. Does the description of 48 units in a village setting mean only in the village center or within the Grays Crossing area as a whole? So today we're recommending that the Planning Commission discuss this topic, whether or not the density intensity of the project is consistent with the specific plan. But one of the things we are recommending is to look at the sizes of the townhome units to see if there is a way to create more diversity in housing types. And one of the conditions we've proposed is to look at reducing the townhome B units, which are the largest unit sizes in the Grays Crossing specific plan and the village project, to 2,200 square feet. Other options that Planning Commission could look at is reducing the overall square footage of the units to be more consistent with existing fairway townhomes, creating an overall square footage maximum size, or reducing the townhome square footage by a certain percent. Other topics for consideration. One thing that we often talk about in planning is architecture, and as noted, the Grays Crossing specific plan is the designated governing document for the Grays Crossing. I've outlined a summary of their design guidelines within the specific plan for you to review. We don't have to necessarily go into each one, but they are very consistent with what's in our development code, but this is what we would use to determine consistency. So just for your understanding, there was a couple different iterations that were discussed or designed by the applicant team. The initial design from the applicant team for the hotel, which is the biggest building in the project, was this one on the left that you see, which is a little more modern design, a little more, no gables are provided, mostly shed forms. And when we did a Google of Hyatt House, it looked very much like franchise architecture and looked like what you would see anywhere else there would be a Hyatt House. So we asked the applicant team to go back and look at a way to make something more Truckee specific to address our architecture guidelines. The second iteration was this hotel design, which they've incorporated more gable forms and then different materials to give a more warmer feel to the building. And then this was the first iteration of the conference center. The original design did not have a conference center, so it's one building material that they provided in that design. To give meaningful feedback to the applicant team to help them move forward with the project, we took them to Architecture Review, which is an informal volunteer committee made up of local architects and designers who offer their services to the town to review significant projects. Mostly the Architecture Review Committee is providing staff recommendations so that we can then provide more expert feedback to the applicant team. So the general comments within this architecture review was that the design did not capture the village feel that was envisioned in the specific plan. The larger structures were not placed strategically. More community gathering spaces should be incorporated that could link the commercial buildings, and the design does not address State Route 89 North. The main focus of the design of the architecture was focused on the hotel during this meeting. So this is a little crazy to slide, but hopefully we can get through it. This is mostly their comments on each of these components. They looked at the fact that they believe that the hotel should fit the regionalism in Truckee, and that simplicity should be incorporated into the design. They thought this design was a little busy, and believe that all four sides should be considered. They believe that there was one or two elevations that were not well designed as much as other elevations. More shade, shadow, texture offset should be incorporated. And then the design of the hotel, since it is the most prominent building on the site, should address State Route 89 North, which is a major visual corridor for the town. And then the main comment they gave for the conference center is that it is not responsive to the site. And then the gas station car wash was identified to have too many materials. The commercial buildings were too symmetrical, and then they should differentiate between the residential floors above and the commercial floor below. And then townhomes, they said the materials and varied roof forms are successful, and but the applicant should consider variation in garage frontage to provide more opportunity for landscaping between buildings. So this is the architecture that's for the hotel that's being proposed today. So There are some changes that have been made since the Architecture Review Committee reviewed it. The hotel design incorporated a taller tower. They added a few windows, an addition of a gable, and some material changes. And I believe that the applicant team will go into a little more detail about what their changes are and what led to this actual design. And then this is the other elevations for design discussion purposes. And then the conference center, they incorporated a lower pitch gable and several new materials that have been added to the conference center with the idea that they would address all four sides. And then for the gas station and convenience store and car wash, they incorporated a lower roof at the man door. So this section is a little lower. The commercial buildings, the windows on the second floor were brought up to create a more residential feel on the second floor. And the applicant studied a new tower to create asymmetry on, I believe, this building, but didn't find it successful. So these are two different buildings. So they reverted back to the previous one. Based off of the Architecture Review Committee's review, as well as staff's discussion internally, we are recommending condition of approval number 20 that requires the applicant team to work with staff to reduce the symmetry of the commercial buildings and work on making the design of the hotel more complementary to the other components of the village. This would be in the purview of the Community Development Director if this condition is approved by Planning Commission. So tonight, Planning Commission may want to discuss if that's appropriate, if the Community Development Director should be the review authority for that, or if you'd feel more comfortable bringing it back to your level for additional review of the architecture. Additionally, in relation to architecture and the visual corridor, since the Architecture Review Committee talked a lot about 89 North, and a lot of our policies do talk about screening 89 North and maintaining 89 North as our visual corridor, there are a few different recommendations that staff is providing today, which includes setting the hotel back to 20 feet. This portion of this hotel on the west side of the property is about 14 feet, so they would set that back 6 additional feet to create additional room for buffer and landscaping. And then they would, condition number 21 would require the relocation of this dumpster over here and enclosure to a different location that wasn't on the visual corridor area, and then remove this paved, it would also allow the applicants to remove this paved area, which would allow for more vegetation and screening. That would mean that they would have to find a new location for the dumpster, which may be challenging, but staff could work with the applicant team to find options. And then condition of approval number 49 requires the submittal of a final landscape plan, which is similar to many other conditions that we've required for other applications. But the Planning Commission may want to look at the landscape plan and the condition and see if there's additional backup that needs to be provided within that, additional wording that needs to be provided in that plan. Other discussion topics that have come up throughout our review was to discuss the appropriateness of the location of the fourplex, which is far away from any other residential use and located on 89 North. Discuss whether or not this site captures the vision of the specific Grays Crossing specific plan village. The cohesiveness of designs of components within the village is the hotel architecture and the gas station and convenience store and car wash and the conference center. Is the design of those components, is it okay that they're significantly different than the rest of the projects, or should there be some sort of melding of the two designs into a more cohesive design? And then to look at if there needs to be enhancement of gathering spaces or addition of areas for gathering spaces within the site plan. Another topic that we've identified is housing. So affordable housing is often a hot topic for projects. So the specific plan provides direction that affordable housing shall be provided in addition to market rate housing, and the number of affordable housing units shall be equal to 20% of the number of market rate units. So because there are 49 units proposed, we have to do a little backwards math, and we find that 8.2 affordable units are required to allow for 40.8 units for market rate. So the applicants are proposing 9 deed-restricted affordable units. The specific plan doesn't differentiate between workforce housing and inclusionary housing. It just says affordable housing, And that's that was intended to meet all of their affordable housing requirements in the Grace Crossing specific plan. As you know, there was a development agreement that required higher numbers of affordable housing, but that has since expired and is no longer part of our review. So condition of approval number 35 requires that, based on the applicant's proposal, that the 4 units in the fourplex and 5 loft units be restricted to moderate income households. And as noted in your staff report, the affordable housing isn't identified to be moderate or low income or very low. So the applicants have chosen to pursue the moderate income housing, which, if they are truly do become for sale units, that would still be in compliance with our existing development code. The conditions right now writes that 2 2-bedroom units and 3 1-bedroom units, or 3 bedroom units and 2 1-bedroom units should be the ones that are restricted. And that language is in there to just provide, to at least ensure that the units are in at least 2 different buildings as opposed to all in one building. But the applicant's request tonight is that those 5 units for the affordable loft units should all just be 1-bedroom units. So that's something that the Planning Commission may want to discuss tonight. And then, as noted within your staff report, the applicants are proposing 21 lofts, and the specific plan has language for live-work lofts, residential units above commercial lofts generally. So we're not 100% sure what the requirement should be for live work. So there's no specific plan definition for live work lofts within the specific plan. There is a development code definition which requires that the housing unit and the working space be occupied by a single household, and so the business operator has to live above and also operate the business below. That is what we're proposing today. The applicant's requesting not to couple those 2 units together and to uncouple them so that the residential units could be owned or rented separately from the commercial units below. So as noted here, the applicants noted that page 1 of the executive summary within the specific plan states that they're just residential loft units above retail shops. However, in page 2 of that same summary, it says that the village complex is described to include 21 live-work lofts. But because there is some vagueness within whether or not the specific plan defines that or intends it to be actual live-work lofts per our development code, the Planning Commission can decide if that's appropriate or not. But if the Planning Commission does decide that they think that uncoupling the residential uses from the commercial uses below is appropriate, there are some parking requirements that should be resolved. Right now, the live-work lofts are identified as 1 unit, and only the parking demand for the work component of that project is calculated, with the idea that there's obviously some shared usage of the parking between the 2 uses. But if the Planning Commission decides to separate them, there are 2 options that staff has identified for consideration if more parking is necessary. So one would be to call them lofts, which is something that is defined within, or at least defined in parking terms within the specific plan, which is based off of square footage. And then we've identified that the total square footage requirement for the live-work lofts is 63 parking spaces, which is a little high based off of just past experience from this planning's perspective. If we did give them the attached unit calculation, which per the use of identified within the village, it's not technically an attached unit, but they are residential units that would function similarly. Staff has identified that 43 parking spaces would be required for those 21 loft units. I also identified that I had something a little mixed up in your staff report, but the actual calculation is correct. So if we apply the shared parking to that calculation, including the parking requirements for the rest of the shared parking needs for the hotel and the conference center, we've identified that 28 parking spaces would be required if we call these lofts, or 13 more would be required if we call them attached units for parking's sake. So if we decided to go that route, I'm trying to figure out what happened to my slide. The applicants are requesting to uncouple the live-work units and to ensure that the commercial uses are not tied to the residential units, and to use the attached units calculation. So they think that they could accommodate those additional 13 parking spaces elsewhere in the site plan. What would also be noted is for the units that are not affordable, they would also have to create a enclosed garage space for each of the units. And then finally, I believe this may be my last topic, would be the comprehensive sign program. So there are several signs that they've proposed for the many components within the project. They're proposing a center identification sign. Staff believes that there are some issues with the height and then the size of the sign itself, but staff thinks that there is opportunity for refinement to ensure that this is truly a sign that enhances the project. So we're recommending that the sign plan, a revised sign plan for the monument sign, provide a new design in compliance with our requirements in the sign code, and then include new locations for the sign, because right now the sign is proposed along 89 North, that property line, and if the Planning Commission believes that we should ensure that our visual corridor is maintained, then we can move that off that property line to a different location. Additionally, the gas station is proposing a monument sign for pricing. Staff believes that the overall sign design is consistent with our sign code except for size and height requirements. So we have identified that the design, staff believes that the design is appropriate, but reducing it to meet the size requirements for the sign code. And then there is a wall sign that's proposed on the convenience store. And that the height is also inconsistent with the sign code, so we're recommending that the design be approved, but the height be reduced to meet the requirements of the sign code at 20 feet. And then, this isn't the gas station, this is the hotel. And the applicants are proposing one wall sign on the east elevation, so interior to the property towards Edwin Road. And the only request that they're proposing is a deviation from the 20-foot height maximum for the wall sign. They're requesting a 42-foot height requirement, and staff believes that this could be considered appropriate since it is on an architectural feature and it is not a overly large sign. This is also not the gas station, this is the commercial buildings, and the applicants are proposing similar building signs across all the buildings. They're providing 3 different options for their tenants: a hanging sign, under the awning, projecting sign, and then a wall sign. And in compliance with our development code sign code requirements, we're proposing that only 2 of these signs, either a wall sign or a projecting sign or a hanging sign or a protecting sign, etc., could be approved for the business, and all of the sign sizes and materials should be consistent with our development code requirements. And we're also incorporating that the sign could be, as long as it's in compliance with the dimensions, or not the dimensions, the maximum size requirements, that other shapes could be pursued to provide more ability to do something unique for your building or business. I also wanted to note that staff is recommending condition of approval number 12, which requires a frontage improvement along both the north and south side of the property and interior to the property along Edwin Road, but specifically a sidewalk or 10-foot wide trail from the bridge, which is on Edwin Road, along the frontage of the property to where this trail is and potentially could connect. And we're proposing an amendment to condition number 71, which requires that a maintenance agreement be created for all the shared components of the project. But we wanted to ensure that the applicants knew that the trails included the off-site trails built by the project. We're also proposing a new condition regarding transit based off of discussion, public comment from the HOA, and we're requiring that the applicants pay their fair share of the fee to participate in and fund a transit plan per the requirements of the EIR. Currently, the Master Association, the Grace Crossing Master Association pays the entire transit fee, which includes the impacts from the village. So this would require them to pay their fair share, which would be calculated based off of either the existing study that was completed in 2007 or a new study if the applicant so chooses to pursue that. And then we've conducted a bit of public outreach for this project. We've posted initial plans on the website, multiple times, including the initial plan in early 2018. We sent notices to property owners within 500 feet in January. 2018. We posted a resubmittal in late 2018 on the website. We requested that the applicant hold a neighborhood meeting, and they held one at the rec center in April of this year. We posted revised submittals of on the website in May, and we sent emails to known residents in Grays Crossing and the HOA on June 24th, informing them of the meeting. And we sent notices to property owners within Grays Crossing in June, informing them of the meeting. And then we sent our planning commission notice once the agenda item was published. We've received a number of public comment on this project. There's a few that oppose the gas station convenience store. There is some concern that the conference center could create the same conflict with that PJ's does with if they do amplified music in their outdoor space. There was concern about, there was a petition compiled in opposition of the gas station convenience store. The HOA was concerned about parking on Hennis Road across the street from Hennis Flats. There's concern about traffic on 89 North and Hennis Road. They would like to relocate the gas station car wash. They wanted to clarify the Edwin Way maintenance, which the engineering division clarified for me that it is a private road that is privately maintained but open to the public for use. Transportation and trails are the applicants would be required to maintain their trails on site and the trails that were built off site for the project, and then they would have to pay the fair share transportation fee, as I noted previously. And then the HOA would like their HOA to review the village design. And then Hayes Parzibach of Paradigm 8 was concerned about the impact of potential development opportunities for other parcels in Grays Crossing if the village was approved. And then MAP provided their comments that said that they believe that additional environmental review is required, and they believe that the project is inconsistent with the specific plan. So staff, based on review of the specific plan and the EIR and the project, has found that with the incorporation of the recommended conditions of approval that have been identified within your staff report and within today's presentation, we found that the project is consistent with the Grays Crossing specific plan and believes that it's exempt from further environmental review. But if the Planning Commission finds that it is not consistent with the Grays Crossing specific plan, then additional environmental review could be required or in the future. So tonight, the staff's recommendation is to find the project exempt from further environmental review pursuant to section 15183 of CEQA and adopt resolution number 2019-17 approving the development permit, tentative map, and comprehensive design program with the proposed amendments discussed today. I have potential questions for you to consider that are identified in your staff report, but are here if you'd like to view them on screen. And then any alternatives that you'd like to consider tonight could be to continue the public hearing to a date and time certain. You could request more information from the applicant team or from staff. You could add or modify the conditions, or you could deny the project on the basis that one or more of the findings cannot be made. And then if the Planning Commission does take action tonight, the appeal period ends on July 26, 2019 at 5 p.m. And I'm here for any questions. And the applicant team is here with a presentation as well.
Thank you, Yumi. Now we'll go to the applicant's presentation.
Do we have the remote, Yumi? Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Martin Wood with SCO Planning and Engineering. I appreciate you guys taking the time tonight to listen to what we think is a worthy project. And I want to thank Yumi, first of all, for a really thorough, great presentation. I know that, yeah, absolutely. No, just a wealth of knowledge. I feel like the last 18 years has kind of been opened up, right? So thank you for that presentation. I'm also here with, we've got a lot of our team here tonight, so I'm sure as you get into the depth of your review and your questions,
We have the architecture team, Walton Architecture, as well as Dale Cox Architects, and I'm also here with Dale Creighton, principal from our office as well. The owners are here as well, John Abate and North Valley Real Estate Partners Incorporated. So I'll try to be, hers was really thorough. I'll try to get to this fairly quick, but I did want to just cover a few things. Some of the history on this project, just a brief history. You know, as Yumi stated, the EIR and the project was originally approved in 2004, and then kind of out of the gate, phase 1 in the Northwest region was constructed. And while that was going on, East West Partners, that was in control of the project at that time, basically was looking at how to get the eastern side of Gray's Crossing kind of off the ground. And one of their first requirements was to bring Hennis Flats, the affordable housing units, online. So one of their first agreements that they embarked on is they made an agreement with Pacific Communities and Wright & Company. Wright & Company is the one that purchased the Village property. And at that time, the Village project basically went into high gear, and they took the 2004 specific plan layout for the Village, and they refined it into what Yumi kind of showed in that 2006 rendition and the 2008 approval. And the reason that that was so important early on with the Gray's Crossing project was to get the Village set so that could go forward to allow the infrastructure, water, sewer, the bridge, the roadway, all that stuff that goes from Hennis Flats all the way up to Prosser Dam Road. So that could get installed so the infrastructure would be there for the 92 affordable units to get built early on in the project. So that's some of the history that I just wanted to make you aware of, and that was, I mean, that included the road, water lines, major electric infrastructure, a transit stop, the bridge. At that time, that's when the 17 townhomes in the northeastern area of the Village were started, and recently completed some of the total of 17. So here's the two side-by-sides. Here's the original specific plan, 2004 layout. You see our proposed plan on the right. A lot of similarities and a lot of differences. You can see the hotel in the original project was kind of smack in the middle on the south end of the project. And you see that we now have the hotel proposed kind of up northwest along Highway 89. Both projects had a lot of housing opportunities and diversification of housing along the golf course. The routing generally the same for the roadway going in a north-south direction. You'll see that in the 2004 original specific plan, the gas station was located directly on Hennis roadway. We didn't want to propose that. One, we don't think there's enough space. We kind of tucked it about 200 feet northerly of that tributary at the south, so we have a 50-foot setback that's recorded per the final map, and we're just above that. So we have good visibility off of the roundabout, but we're tucked kind of into the trees and into the project. This, although it's expired, this is the 2008 approved plan. I thought it was relevant just to kind of show you a lot of the different, I mean, there's literally 30 different ways this project has been kind of planned in the future. And with the infrastructure and the roadway getting installed, it's kind of narrowed down the opportunities a little bit with putting some of that infrastructure in. But what you can see here is the 2008 plan. The same road that exists today that goes north-south is already installed. That creates that main connection from Hennis Flats to Prosser Dam Road. This had, again, the hotel kind of in the middle, more similar to the 2004 layout. But a lot of housing opportunities along the golf course. One thing we're doing with this plan is we're not proposing as much commercial. You know, one thing we've heard over the years after 2008 and the downturn is you know, really one concern was having too much commercial in this particular region and detracting away from the downtown. And we really do think that the project that we're proposing now not only fits with the specific plan, but kind of matches that neighborhood need and neighborhood commercial need without impacting the downtown. So this particular slide, I just want to go over again. Yumi went through this stuff in greater detail, but we've got retail office space. We've got 21 residential lofts above. We have a big diversification of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, and 4-bedroom type housing opportunities throughout the project. We do have a small market gas, and again, as Yumi indicated, similar to most of the gas stations in Truckee, and I think she did a great job kind of showing the comparisons between other gas stations in Truckee. We're proposing the 4 stations with 8 pump opportunity, and we're limited to that in the specific plan, and we're okay with that. We have a really extensive trail system, runs along the east side, but we also have a bunch of opportunities for other connections throughout the project to really make it walkable connections from the townhomes to the retail core and or the gas station and through the village as a whole. So I'll kind of go quickly through some of these architecture things, but this first one here is the mixed-use commercial at the very north end of the project, immediately south of Prosser Dam Road. That elevation is the view from Prosser Dam Road. So you would have retail office space potentially on the lower level and then up above. We're excited about these ones. These are the 530 to 600 square foot type loft opportunities, and we think these are going to be great for Truckee, and I think it works really well in the overall layout of the project. So with that, we have 5 residential lofts in each one of the buildings for a total of 15, 5 of which would be deed restricted for affordable. This is the architecture for the 2 buildings immediately east of the hotel, kind of northeast and southeast of that small little traffic circle with enhanced surfacing. These are similar in the sense that they, obviously had similar materials and modern mountain modern architecture, but they're different in size. These are 2-bedroom units, and there's 6 of them in these. We have 3 above each building, but we would have a retail space down below. Okay, so we've got 4 different townhome varieties. This is the first one, A1. These ones are located on the golf course. This is A2, similar, but again with a lot of carryover between the materials. And then we've got the B units. These are on both the golf course and on the inner park circle located on the site plan. And then there's the C unit. So we've got a variety of different sizes, a different number of bedrooms, located different places on the site plan, with a lot of different housing opportunities. This particular unit, this is the 4-plex that it's immediately north of the car wash and south of the I don't want to say the word convention because that's not what it is. It's a conference. Something gets embedded in your mind. But yes, immediately south of the conference space and north of the car wash. And these 4 units are in about the 1,400 square foot range, and these would all be deed restricted affordable as well. Here's a couple additional perspectives of what the hotel, what we think it should look like, and we really like the use of materials and the modifications to the different planes and the different roof pitches and stuff that the architecture team has integrated into this design. And as Yumi had, this is not the first crack at these elevations. We've gone through multiple reviews and made many modifications to try to get something that hopefully is worthy of Truckee and the commission tonight. This is the conference center rendered to the south. One cool thing about this conference center is it does on the site plan, you'll see there's a large outdoor space that is between the conference center south of the hotel and north of the conference center, which gets a lot of southwesterly sun exposure and has a lot of opportunities that can work with the hotel. And we think this is a great thing that has the opportunity, a facility that would allow for business and recreational retreats, banquets, etc. All those things we think would be integral into the design. And this is the gas station. So the gas station, again, on these, we've had years and years of different planning. The economic study really made a point to say that, since Truckee's been incorporated, you really haven't added a gas station. You've, lost one, added one, I think, with the Hampton Inn, refurbished a few. Really hasn't been an addition. And the economic study came out pretty strong and basically said this was not only the right location, but that Truckee really needed one. And it was in the specific plan. This is where the 2004 map, very close to where it showed it. As I stated before, we moved this about 200 feet northerly, kind of tucked it in to where it would have more screening opportunities, but still be visible. One of the key components of a gas station is visibility from a major highway, and that's why we wanted it off of, one of the main reasons we wanted it off of the southern roundabout. And we think we've got a really nice architecture theme going there. We added the car wash component there. We think that's, again, another good component for Truckee and for the project. Here's our landscape plan that was prepared by McProud and Associates. Some of the highlights on that, we have a really good size interior park feature for gatherings, barbecues. Made a big effort in everything that we laid out in this project. You'll see in comparing to the 2004 specific plan to what we're proposing tonight, a lot more tree retention, a lot of existing trees. And the other thing to note that's kind of unique to this particular parcel is there's a lot of existing trees in the Caltrans right-of-way itself that are off of our property. So, we think we're going to hit a home run when this gets built, that the existing vegetation combined with our landscaping plan, that it'll be a high-quality, really good product. And it's designed with, local species and mountain species that are important in a good design. The other thing to note, the berming, we have some selected berming on the northern end, on kind of the back of house and on that elevation behind the hotel. And so that has some screening opportunities. And I think that's the main points I want to hit. Just the trail network and the sidewalks and all the hardscape. And we have a lot of enhanced surfacing, if you will. We have pavers and different things that are, not only is it a traffic calming thing, but it looks cool and it invites people to cross the roadway and interact with the other buildings and those type of things. And those are all integrated between our site plan and the architecture plan. So some of the, mainly what this highlights is connectiveness, this particular slide. If you look at one cool thing that's just great about Truckee in general, but a lot of the projects around this, everything from Pine Forest to Gray's Crossing to Old Greenwood, is this really cool connected trail system that goes right through our project here. So, we're connected to Hennis Road, we're connected to Prosser Dam Road, we're connected to the middle school and this vast trail network. That's what we want to highlight here. So to kind of summarize our project, as Yumi stated, is, we think we're very consistent with the specific plan. We're even a little bit less dense than what the specific plan allowed for. We really tried to refine the site plan with a lot of the infrastructure that's already in place and make it better. And we've tried to lay this out in a way that really makes all the buildings connected with either gathering spaces or sidewalks, or with the architecture and the way that things are oriented. So a couple things I do want to just kind of go over before I turn the podium over and back to you guys. I want to go over some of the things that Yumi brought up. Definitely on the live-work discussion, the original specific plan was we helped write that document as part of the original Grace Crossing approval. It was never the intention for live work to meet the definition of what the development code says today, which basically connects the livable unit above to the business below. We think that would just be a real detriment to the project. I don't expect all of the residential units, 21 loft owners, to coincide directly with a unit below. That would prohibit businesses from expanding. One person needs a much larger space. That was never the intention. So we would definitely be requesting that those be uncoupled, if you will. I think that's the term that we're using here. And I did talk to Yumi earlier today about that issue, and we would hope that the Planning Commission would see it that, yes, these do act like an attached unit, and the 13 additional parking spaces, we could definitely accommodate that in the site plan. There's opportunities in a few places in the site plan to add a few spaces. So that's one item that I wanted you to consider as you deliberate and review. The other thing I wanted to, Unit B, I think was a condition that was indicated to basically reduce the size of those by approximately 500 square feet. What I would ask the Planning Commission to consider, it's, from our view, it's less of a square footage argument on those particular things. It's more of, we hit a balance of diversification of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and 4 bedroom units throughout the plan. And our feeling is, we have undulation and movement on the units. We move things around to miss trees and to gain view sheds. We are not an overly dense project, and I think some of the statistics that she put in there that basically showed our overall site coverage, we're not overbuilt, if you will, if you look at the development code. So if it's just a matter of trying to reduce 500 square foot out, we think we hit that sweet spot of diversification. And frankly, some of those larger units pay for some of the really small units that will lose money to build them, frankly. So we're trying to balance that out, and we think it's a really, well thought out project between the 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom product. One of the other items I want to bring up is condition number 12. I think it was an engineering comment, and it talks about sidewalks being constructed from, I'm paraphrasing, but it went from Hennis Flat to Prosterdam Road on the westerly side being a minimum of 6 feet in width. Our intent was absolutely any sidewalk that is within the right-of-way or immediately adjacent to Edwin Way from Hennis to Prosser would be 6 feet. However, there is a large few hundred feet through the middle of the project that goes past kind of the fourplex that is already constructed. It was 5 feet. It's basically looks new, I think in relatively good condition. I would ask that we don't rip that out to make it a foot wider. So I wanted to see if engineering or Becky, we didn't have a chance to talk about it earlier today, but want to see if engineering would entertain maybe modifying that condition. We're in agreement with condition number 20, where the community development director would review the final architecture and make sure that we're meeting the intent and the guidelines and some of your comments tonight. I think that's a good idea, and we work well with staff to go through that. On condition number 21, I think that's the requesting a 20-foot setback from the hotel from the right-of-way. Just to kind of explain our rationale, we had a setback in mind when we kind of laid that in and fit that in, but we never really landed on a specific number because what's unique there is Highway 89 is set so far back from the right-of-way. There's a good distance there, so, we didn't think 6 feet, trying to get to 20 feet, especially when the specific plan doesn't call for a specific setback, was necessary. It's something we could probably accommodate, but I would ask that maybe the Planning Commission look at that and see whether that's really necessary, whether we need to tweak our internal floor plan to try to gain 6 feet. I know it can be done, but I don't think it's absolutely necessary. And Again, condition number 49, we would be in agreement with staff on that the final landscape plan would be reviewed by staff prior to implementation. And one thing, just throwing it out there, I want to ask about the trail maintenance. I always understood the way this was going to be written that we would be responsible, obviously, for all Class 1 trail on site from Hennis Road up to Prosser Dam Road, but I didn't think we were getting pulled into the overall maintenance. So I think we would have some pause with that because we don't even know what that ramification is. But we're definitely in agreement for maintaining all of our trail network that's within the village core. So with that, obviously we have the whole development here team tonight. We're available to answer any questions, and I'm sure you're going to have some. But really appreciate you, the Planning Commission, reviewing this project tonight, and thank you.
Before we go to public comments, I just wanted to get my disclosures out of the way. I attended the community workshop at the rec center, I think it was a few months ago. Over the years, I've traveled throughout the land where Gray's Crossing is, and since it was built by vehicle, bike, and on foot many times. Just by being on the commission and being active in the community, I've become aware of a number of traffic studies that have been done for the town and for Eastern Nevada County and Placer County that inform my understanding of traffic conditions in the town. And those are the three things I wanted to disclose.
I'll follow suit. And as I disclosed at the last item, 6.2, I'm a design consultant for the Gray's Crossing Masters Association. I'm not associated with anyone connected to the village at Gray's Crossing, but felt like I should disclose that. I was a planning commissioner for the recommended approvals for the town council in 04 and was on the commission as well for the 06 village review. I don't think I was at the 07, not to date myself. I was 15 at the time. Just kidding.
Okay, now what we're going to do is go to public comments. That means anyone who wants to speak on this project can approach the podium. You'll have a maximum of 3 minutes to talk. And I'd like the rest of you to line up on the side behind them so we can get an indication of how many speakers we'll have. I want to remind the audience, there was some clapping a little bit earlier. And we found it's better at our proceedings to simply have the audience not participate from their seats or standing in the back of the room audibly. So along with no boos, I'm afraid we prefer not to have any huzzas or cheers or anything of that sort. And the proceedings being recorded live. The recording system only picks up your voice if you're speaking at the mic, so if you can remember that, that'd be helpful as well. Okay.
Commissioners, I'm Steve Bauman, the Vice President of the Homeowners Association, Gray's Crossing Master Association. I request 5 minutes, not 3, as I'm representing the full Homeowners Association. Yeah.
You're requesting 5 minutes. Let me see, are these all the other people who wish to speak? We have 5 over there. Is there anyone else in the audience who's going to want to make a comment? Okay, yeah, 5 minutes will be fine, Mr. Bauman.
Thank you. So first, I do want to thank Humi for presenting all of this information so well. It's so much information, and we've been very happy to be working with the town and with Martin and all the folks, and we think in general we have here something that the community will be proud of. So don't let any of my remarks change the basic overall feeling we have, a very positive feeling about what's happening here in the village, finally. We do have some some comments. We've sent them to you so you have them in print. I want to emphasize a few of them. I'm going to jump to one, which is the gas station first, since I've read the public comments, and I know that many residents have a very, very negative feeling about the gas station. We realize it's been in the plan since 2005 or 6 or whatever. Nevertheless, many people are very put off by this. Therefore, we suggest, if you cannot relocate the gas station, that we find ways of mitigating its impact. We've given you some of the ideas, but very much Yumi covered some in terms of signage, but also correct a good amount of berming at the southeast corner, some beautiful landscaping, etc. And we'd like to be involved in that through our DRC, who one of our the commissioners has already pointed out that we have and work very closely with. Let me go back to point number 1 of parking. We already are having a really bad time of it parking, and in Hennis Flats, there needs to be some consideration there. What's happening is people are parking across Hennis on a piece of the property owned by the village. We'd like to eliminate that. We don't want to continue to have that congestion, and we've suggested some ways to mitigate, but we really do think it has to be totally considered when we do the further consideration of Parcel D. And Yumi and the homeowners and the developers are working very closely together to figure out what to do about that, but I think it's very important that we understand parking is a problem there now. Traffic is also a problem at that corner. We're having problems in the morning. We've gotten a lot of residents complaining. One of the things I want to point out is when we talked about 2004 and 2005, 6, etc., there were no residents there. We are now live residents. We have live on-the-ground experience, and so we're trying to give us all the benefits of living in that environment, and we know that traffic and parking is indeed a problem. And when we go in our next step, we're going to need an EIR here for Parcel D. Gas station and wash I've already talked about. Our first preference is to move it. We think there are some great places in town to move it, but if it can't do it, then let's make sure we mitigate the impacts. Edwin Way maintenance, you've already answered, Yumi. I'm not going to, it is private apparently. There's been a question of whether it's private or public. We now know. Transportation and trails, we are paying $52,000 for all of the transportation issues and trails. We'd like to share that. We think that should be part of this. And finally, an architectural review. We think our DRC ought to get its shot at looking and talking to the architects directly and giving some comments as we move along. And what we're saying is we want to be partners in this development and help it happen, and happen with a maximum of resident appeal, if you will. And so the more we're involved, I think, the more that will occur. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baumann.
David Hennig, resident, Hennis Road. So first, awesome job, Yumi. One of my points, she kind of diffused a little bit, so that's always a good thing. And she put in a request for this sidewalk on Hennis, and that also addresses what Steve had mentioned a little bit, that potentially could also get at the parking. Because right now, the trails just sort of end and dump people on Hennis, and the bike trail is further up. And so having that connection, and we've talked to Yumi, and I appreciate Yumi picking up on that, along with everything else she did, which was a good job. I echo Steve, overall, the architecture, very, very good. The gas station, I just want to iterate, really problematic. Understand in 04 it was on the south end, but in the 08 plan it moved it back up. And the concern on the gas station on this, again, on this Hennis corner, is the fact that if we're going to have a gas station, and I know the village folks don't want to necessarily deal with it, but there's a school bus. And again, we're now live, okay? And it's hard for me to believe that this theoretical study that was done that everyone says, well, the traffic volumes still apply. Macro, over the course of the year, good. But between 7 a.m. and 8:30, I request the commission to work with staff to really look at the assumptions. And was there an assumption there's going to be a school bus parked right in the middle of that four-way, okay? That's where the school bus now parks to service Hennis Flats. And what does that mean for the people wanting to go to the gas station? Because right at the time the school bus is parked there is right when you're going to have the most people going to the gas station. So I just, maybe to try to keep things going, I suggest that if the commission so wanted to move forward, that we could at least hold for further review that particular corner in the gas station, since that seems to get the biggest amount of public comment. And again, so many issues, so much covered, great job. But that one little corner, in my opinion, warrants a little bit more of a deep dive.
Thank you, Mr. Hennig.
Hello, I'm Sylvie Percher. My husband and I have been living full-time in Prosser for only 15 years, and we love it. But and we haven't been following the developments lately because of health issues mostly. But I've taken a hard look, and it seems to me that there are so many projects going on at the same time, and all are so close to each other. I'm also concerned about the 89. We live at the intersection of 89 North and East Alder Creek, and that intersection is really bad at all times. And I was going to ask the developers if the dump trucks were going to be coming from, if you knew where they're going to be coming from. So that was a question. And because there's, when it's construction time, they speed so fast, and the cars are trying to get by them, and that portion of the 89 going towards Sierraville down the road is a speedway. So I'm just wondering about that, and concerned also about traffic at the roundabouts, pollution, cars, people, things that have been talked about before. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nicole Cheslock, China Camp Road. I came tonight because I'm highly concerned about safety issues, particularly around the roundabouts, both Hennis and the one that's Prosser Alder. We already have traffic concerns, there are safety concerns, particularly with the Hennis roundabout. A child was hit in that, truck went over, and now we have this proposed gas station that people are going to be whizzing in and out of. And that's not so easy to get to, being that it's not right directly off of 89. I wish I was coming here with solutions, but it's more concern about the massive amount of development being done in this area, in this part of town, and pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, even drivers with the existing conditions where there's a lot of confusion within the roundabouts. I don't know if there's some solutions that can be proposed or instituted so we don't have more serious injuries and more children getting hit, especially given the hundreds of young teens coming out of Alder Creek Middle School. So really, I'm just here to voice my concern about pedestrian, cyclists, even driver safety with all this extra development and people coming in looking for their hotel. Just seems like things can be expressed better in that area.
Thank you, Ms. Chesley.
Hello. Hello, my name is Dan Dickerman, and I come to you tonight as a homeowner of over 10 years in Grays Crossing, ours being one of the first to break ground in the development. I've made well known in recent months my opposition to the changes made to the Village of Grays Crossing plan since the 2007 proposal, specifically opposing the addition of a car wash and related gas station complex expansion and relocation in lieu of the originally proposed market and community facilities. On this topic, I've spoken personally at the Truckee Town Planning Office from the moment information on the proposed development was made public, spoken in community meetings on the subject, collected 100 signatures and comments in a petition, and detailed concerns in email early in the public process and in response to the agenda for this meeting. I won't repeat these 10 pages of public comment here, but there is quite a bit of very constructive feedback there and from other comments I've seen submitted, and would encourage town planning to take this feedback into account for future reviews. I cannot overstate my alarm as to how far this project was allowed to progress along the planning process before these proposed changes were discussed with the broader community, leaving little opportunity for input before this advanced proposal stage. Notification of this project impacts everyone in Grays Crossing and everyone served by Prosser Dam Road who were first included in a presentation in April of this year. When someone decides to rent, buy, or build a home in a community before it is fully built out, they put an enormous amount of faith in the town planners to hold future development within the framework created for the design of that community, or to involve the surrounding community as changes to that framework are proposed. The original design of this commercial area, which garnered the support of the existing Prosser community, included a small market at the north end, community facilities, and a business center largely designed to serve the surrounding neighborhoods, potentially drawing traffic from nearby Alder Creek Middle School, the rec center, nearby Prosser Trail area. This is supported in the general plan. Policy 5.3. Support development of neighborhood centers through establishment of uses and facilities to provide a direct benefit to the neighborhood, such as educational, recreation facilities, daycare services, places of worship, community meeting centers, fire stations, small parks, libraries, and other public facilities, telecenters, and neighborhood commercial uses. Policy 10.2, create new neighborhood centers or focal points in neighborhoods where they do not currently exist. Such centers may include small commercial convenience centers like those found in Glenshire or Tawadonner, or may be focused around non-commercial community serving uses. The north end of the current proposal does a very nice job fitting with this model, and I want to praise what is clearly a huge amount of work which was gone into making this portion of the development functional and architecturally appropriate for the neighborhood. To the south, however, the current proposal shrinks the market by more than half from something we'd expect to find in Glenshire or Tawadonner, further from the suggested examples of New Moon or Trader Joe's, into a convenience store subordinate to a gas station, adds a car wash, removes the community center facilities of the 2007 proposal, and puts the entire complex prominently at the south end of the commercial development, directly across the street from Hennis Flats Apartments. This fundamentally changes the character of the project from one which was community-focused, attracting business and existing traffic flows in and near the neighborhood, into one focused on serving and attracting traffic from the nearby highway into our neighborhood, our residential neighborhood. In the memorandum of May 2018 from BAA Urban Economics of Sacramento, available in the staff report, they outline the impact of these changes clearly. It is likely that the proposed gas station car wash would be one of the most visible and prominent features of the proposed development. These types of establishments require strong visibility, convenient auto access and circulation, and highway visible signage. This will likely set the tone for Grays Crossing Village Plan area, positioning the site to attract other types of auto-oriented and convenience-oriented commercial uses. For example, fast food, quick-serve restaurants often co-locate with gas stations. This is in direct opposition with the general plan policy 3.1. Sir.
Can I interrupt just for a second? Most of what you're telling us is in your written comments, and despite your concern, we have read them. The 3 minutes has gone by. Do you have anything to add beyond what you have in the written comments?
I'm heading for a concluding paragraph, and as no one's waiting, I would ask your forgiveness.
Okay. Unless it's something new, if you just go to the concluding paragraph, we'll have a lot of questions.
All right, so I'm at policy 3.1. In order to prevent new linear commercial sprawl among major transportation corridors, locate new freeway-oriented commercial development outside the downtown specific plan area, exclusively at the existing developed interchanges of Interstate 80 and Donner Pass Road, Coldstream Road, and Highway 89 South. If we look today at the interchange of I-80 and Donner Pass Road, Coldstream, we see a shuttered gas station, a shuttered hotel immediately adjacent to the freeway, a functioning one of each, a small office building, a Taco Bell, and the construction in progress of the housing development behind that. If the general plan is written to keep these freeway pit stops at this location, the shuttered businesses seem a prime redevelopment opportunity. I would encourage the town to work with this developer to transition their many efforts in developing these car wash gas station facilities and relocate them to that intersection where they are more appropriate and would be welcome. Please do not let this be the first step toward encouraging sprawl north of I-80's exit 188 into our residential neighborhood. Please consider that these changes are significant, that a mini mart is not the same as a grocery store, attracts a different type of traffic, that a car wash creates a great deal of noise and pollution, and is inappropriate directly in view of multiple homeowners' front doors. Please do not turn the school bus stop where children play into a new path for freeway travelers to make a quick pit stop on their way through town. Imagine looking out on your own front door onto a gas station pricing sign with its canopy lit 24 hours a day. Please reject this aspect of the proposed current plan and work to retain the original vision of the Village at Grace Crossing to be a facility which serves to provide facility and quality employment to the surrounding community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant now has an opportunity for a 5-minute response.
Your mic was not on.
Okay. 5-minute response.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just touch upon some of the stuff that was brought up. I guess to the most recent, to Mr. Dickerman, I guess one thing I just want to explain is this is the rest of the Village at Grays, so there's no other opportunities to expand and add additional things later. I mean, this is the plan. This is the build out of the village. I just want to make that clear that there's no other land to grab after this and do additional development. In terms of safety concerns, obviously anything that we design that's roadway related, pedestrian crossings, those type of things, meet all the town requirements. The roundabouts and all that was constructed per Caltrans requirements, and I understand there might have been an accident or two. But anything that we design within the project, we think it's well conceived. A lot of traffic calming. Again, some of the surfacing that we're doing gives a tendency to slow traffic down. Some of the parking that we have on Edwin Way also does that because it tends to narrow the view of the travel lanes. Construction traffic. Some of the, we don't really have it's not far enough along to have, a contractor on board for a site excavating, those type of things. I would expect that there would be construction traffic that would come from different directions of Truckee, not just necessarily one direction. One thing I can say about Grays Crossing in general, with the two roundabouts and on the corridor like that, I'm sure it sometimes, when certain things are, the school bus being parked out there probably has an effect on traffic. I can concede that. But with the two roundabouts at both ends, this particular site is really well served with circulation, better than most areas, in the sense of having, a main road going through the project and good circulation around, and really not being at the end of a road or a bottleneck. We think the car wash, I know there was some discussion about the car wash. Not very many car washes in Truckee, and we think it can look attractive and be a really good positive element that works well with the gas station element. So we think that's a good part of the plan. And I think I'd just like to reinforce, let me go up to some of Steve's comments here from the Grays Association. I'd like to also echo, I think the Grays HOA is great in the sense that obviously there's some passionate people out there that have bought out in Grays and live out there and really care about what their neighborhood looks like, and they're on it, and they ask some really good questions, and I think we could definitely work with them in terms of if there's some extra berming and things like that around the car wash that would add some additional screening to the southeast. I think that's something we could definitely work with them on to to make it a better project through final design. Also, with the addition of the requirement from Yumi on the bike trail on the north side of Hennis Flats, the 10-foot wide class 1 for that short stretch, I do think that could have a really good effect on limiting people parking there that aren't supposed to. Even the addition of maybe a split rail fence along that edge, if engineering so desire, that's an inexpensive means of keeping people off of that remnant parcel. That we really don't have anything proposed there other than an opportunity site, if you will, for snow storage or any other means. That's really my comments on the public comment, but I just want to reaffirm to the Planning Commission that we have a good client that wants a high quality project, and if there's small tweaks or changes that we can do to make it better, such as some of the stuff that the HOA is commenting on, I think we could definitely integrate that into the plan. So I appreciate you having the time to talk about the people that gave comments. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll go to commission questioning. Do you want to start, Susie? And I don't have, I wish my questions were better organized. I do have a number, so I'm not going to find fault if you...
Yeah, good. Mine are not very organized here. Okay. You have to give me a second. So this is just questions for the applicant or applicant and staff?
If the applicant, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Martin Wood. Would you mind just staying close to the podium? I just think it'll go faster if we're able to ping pong back and forth between you and staff.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to dive in. Why? Okay. The fourplex looks like it's sort of shunted off to the side, like you don't want the low-income housing anywhere near anything else. Can you talk to me about the fourplex?
It's funny you should say that. That wasn't the thought process at all. It was really, we thought that was a good opportunity area in there that's kind of surrounded by trees, and it's got close proximity and a good presence onto the roadway where we're going to have, we have the existing sidewalk that's there. So we felt that unit was actually connected and in close proximity to the park directly across the street. And yes, it ended up being deed restricted, but it's going to be a beautiful unit. If you look at the architecture, 1,400 square foot in size, we think it's a great addition to the neighborhood.
Okay. This is kind of for staff. The affordable housing parcel identified on the site plan on the southeast corner is not being proposed by you guys at this time. Would there be enough of that to actually build anything outside of that 50-foot setback?
I believe so. There is quite a bit of room. I think the original tentative maps looked at doing a similar duplex-style townhome at that location, but it didn't seem to make sense for this particular project.
And I would just add that the 2008 plan that was approved that since expired had a triplex on that particular lot. And it was a pretty good size. So if they were smaller units, of course, parking's always a tough nut to crack to add that addition in there, but you could probably conceivably get 5 or 6 units on there if you were creative.
Thank you. Now, where exactly is the snow storage?
We haven't identified specifically where the snow storage would be on that. Typically, per town code, it's usually either a 20 or 10-foot easement adjacent to the road right-of-way. But we did hear a discussion from neighbors at the neighborhood meeting that there was some concern about having enough room for snow removal, and we do have that particular site. It's on the other side of the tributary. It's a little bit disconnected from the village as a core. So we put our density inside together. And that was really an opportunity site that we had offered at one time to the town that, maybe as Lot D develops, that might be part of it.
I mean, where's the snow storage for the actual village part?
Oh, for our project? On one of our maps, I don't know if, Yumi, if you have a slide of that, but we do have a snow storage calculation and where we show all that, and it meets town code.
Because I'm looking at C1, C2, C3, I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, we have a snow storage detail. Okay.
It's hard to see,
Yeah.
but there's some light hatching in the middle around these areas and in front of each building here.
Yeah, so we did a statistics and we exceed 50% of all the asphalt areas. And we have all the snow storage shown.
So it's just in the park gathering area in the middle?
No, I mean, it's dispersed around the whole project. You have in front of all the townhomes all the way around the loop road. If I can. Yeah, it's tough with the coloring, but all of this hatching, these are all areas of snow storage. So you've got it here, here, here.
Martin?
Yes.
Could you wait a second?
Yes.
Kennedy?
Can our video person bring up a mic?
I can point it out.
Okay.
There's just, if you follow my cursor, there's snow storage here
Tom's on his way.
in front of each of the duplex.
I'll try not to make you go up to the map anymore, thank you.
There's also snow storage proposed on these lots. They are proposing 50.5% of the paved surfaces for snow storage, including this area, which our development code requires 50% of the paved area. So if they did remove this area, it would potentially bring them below the requirement.
Okay. Can you talk to me a little bit about the hotel? What is a quasi-residential hotel?
I believe that's language from the staff report, and I just meant that a hotel is a quasi-residential use.
Got it. Okay. And then this is for you guys, though. It appears in the room plans that it's all single rooms. Is that just how it's laid out on that, or is that actually going to be just single rooms? Is there family capacity in here or no?
That's probably a better question for either yeah, there'll be lock-offs where there's adjoining rooms where you could combine. Again, it's shown right now as a Hyatt-type product that hasn't been locked in, but yeah, the floor plan would have lock-offs.
Okay, but no rooms with more than one bed?
No.
Just curious. This is probably for staff. Where actually is the bus stop for the school? Do the kids have to cross Hennis Road from Hennis Flats to get to the bus stop?
I don't know if we have a graphic showing it, but it's on the Hennis Flats side so that the kids don't have to cross over. And part of that's because of the school district's requirements for bus drivers where they have to physically get out of the bus and act as the crossing guard. So any chance they have to be able to get the kids on the bus from their location, they prefer that. So Yumi's kind of got a marker there, approximate location.
Is that little hand at the bus stop? Okay, so does the commercial...
I can speak to that if you want. If you want to know where the bus stop is, I see it every day.
Thank you, Mr. Dickerman. Thank you for offering.
Does the commercial use include restaurant use, or that requires additional permitting?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Just the commercial space, does that include restaurant use, or that requires additional permitting as well, correct?
That would require additional permitting. Any new use would have to go through a development permit or a use permit or a zoning clearance, and a restaurant would need to go through a zoning clearance. A restaurant does technically have, I think, a little bit of a higher parking demand than a retail, but that would be something we would need to discuss at the zoning clearance level.
But it is an allowable use, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Dave, for clarifying. Okay, so the landscape plan has something called a naturalized aspen grove. Can you tell me what that means? I think your landscaper's here. You're welcome to call on somebody else.
That's the one consultant we did not bring tonight, but is there somebody from the development team that wants to take a stab at that? What I will say, McProud and Associates that did the landscape plan has done a lot of mountain landscape architecture. She did Coburn Crossing, the Marriott across the way. She's done a lot of our projects here in Truckee, a lot of stuff in Mammoth. So she's very familiar with the plants that do well with the snow removal operations and those type of things, as well as look good in the Truckee environment. But as far as an aspen grove concept, I don't know exactly what the intent was there. Yeah, clusters of aspens, I guess.
Okay. Don't aspens actually require a lot of water, being normally a stream bed sort of plant?
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, don't know the answer to that one.
All right. M2.2 is labeled as a conference hall. It's actually the gas station. That's just a typo. Okay, I'll skip that one. I'd already asked Yumi. There's a bunch of mitigation measures from the EIR, and I believe that those are not addressed at this point. Those are addressed when building permits are pulled, correct?
That's correct. And then we'll have to identify which ones are actually relevant to this project and what's been already completed.
Okay.
Commissioner Tierney, if I may, I believe Commissioner Riley might answer a lot of your questions or have a lot of the same questions. So if you want to take a second to collect your thoughts, and we could move on.
I would be happy to take a minute, yeah, because it's how I came across it in the report, so it's not super organized. But go ahead if you would like.
Actually, let me jump in on the housing, because we were touching on the housing a little bit earlier. I wanted to confirm that what you're proposing for affordable housing is different from what the staff has included as a condition. I want to understand first, what is the square footage and number of bedrooms for the loft units that you would like to have as affordable housing?
The lofts, and correct me, Jen, if I misstate anything, but the lofts are 530 to 600 square foot in size, and they're studio single bedroom units. So we be deed restricting 5 of those to moderate income housing levels.
And where are they located?
They would be located in one of the 3 buildings at the north. We actually, based on the way the condition came out, we hadn't identified which building of the 3 it would be located in.
Okay, you have a specific building with 5 lofts in it.
Each of the 3 buildings at the north end that have retail below have 5 units above, all similar 530 to 600 square feet. So they're basically identical.
Okay, if you complied with the staff condition, which includes a mix of 2-bedroom and I believe 1-bedroom, which units would you be selecting in that situation?
So we have 1-bedroom lofts up there. So we'd have 5 of those, and then our other 4 units is the 4-plex, which are 2-bedroom units in the 1,400 square foot.
Right. What I'm talking about now, though, is considering the staff condition. Say that the commission, assume that the commission accepted the staff condition, which would require some combination of either 3 1-bedroom units and 2 2-bedroom units, or 3 2-bedrooms and 2 1-bedrooms. Where would those be located?
And I guess that's what I'm stating is our 3 buildings at the north don't have any 2-bedroom units in there.
Okay, so where would the 2-bedroom units be if that was a condition of approval?
They'd be in the 4-plex. We'd have 4 2-bedroom units in the 4-plex, and we deed restrict all of those.
Chair, may I interrupt?
Yes.
So I think the staff's recommendation is the 4-plex, all of the 4 units would be deed restricted as proposed.
Correct.
And then either 3 of the 2-bedroom units within the buildings along Edwin Road here, and then 3 of the 1-bedroom units within the northern buildings would be required to be deed restricted. That's the condition that's identified within this staff report. I know you're requesting that all of the deed restricted units in the commercial buildings are located only in the northern portion of the property.
And we could put the 5 units within the 3 buildings to the north. We don't have a problem with that, but we wanted the 1-bedroom lofts, a combination of those, and the 2-bedroom units within the fourplex. We thought that those were the most appropriate ones. And we could intermix those in, if you want them interspersed, basically those 3 buildings, we could do 2, 2, and 1 at that north end. So we'd have affordable units in 4 different buildings in the Grace Crossing site.
Okay, so that would not be a problem to spread the affordable units out in different buildings?
Haven't talked to the owner about this, but on the fly here, John, same number of units, but I think we can make that happen, yeah.
I have a follow-up on the same theme, if you're
ahead.
okay. Are these going to be rental units or for purchase or a mix?
We have it set up as they could be either,
Okay.
essentially. Yeah, we weren't exactly sure where the market would lead on that, so we have it set up for both. The tentative map has those as like those units being condominiumized, so they could be sold. But they would still have to be, based on the deed restrictions, sold at the moderate level.
Okay. And that would be to locals, and is there a parameter of time, like 50 years, deed restricted? Has that been discussed?
We basically said, we finally came with staff and we said, hey, we'll comply with the development code. So if what the development code identifies, that's what we said we would do.
Does it? I don't think the development code specifies, does it?
The deed restriction length?
The specific plan doesn't identify, but.
So the planning commission could set a time frame, perpetuity, 99 years, something to that effect?
It's not specified in the specific plan. It just has the generic 20%. So it's really, if the applicant's willing to offer that and that's part of their project, then they could do that.
The development code says in perpetuity, correct?
The specific plan doesn't say it. The development code does say it.
Oh, so
but
there
it
is
does say 20% affordable units, and I would say that if there is no clarity about if there's a time frame, that staff would think that it's in perpetuity.
So just if you care, a quick 30-second sidebar on affordable housing of how that came to be in this. The original project didn't have any affordable housing in the village. And it was approved that way because some of the other elements, part of the DA and the density bonuses.
Well, I'm well aware.
Yeah.
I was
No,
on
you
the
are.
approval body. I'm
know
still
you are.
waiting for those 87 cottages to be built, which was part of that whole public benefit. So
Yeah.
I get it. It's a trade-off, and I love that
yeah.
there's something here. But granted, yeah.
the only reason I bring
it's
that up
not-
is-
it's
yeah.
not all as it was.
Yeah, for the benefit of the whole planning commission, I totally agree with you. We finally got to a point in the process in the project, and that was a stopping point. And we basically came to terms with the staff and said, "What's the development code require?" And they said, "If you can provide 9 units, you comply." And talked to the owner, and he said, "We'll do it."
Okay.
So,
yeah. Mr. Martin, I'm working off what happened when you were before us before, and Commissioner Tarnay had a good grasp of the difference between what the development agreement provided, what the specific plan agreement provided, and the little inconsistencies that were created. And I want you to be aware, I'm working off the assumption that the development code is essentially a gap filler. We just have this specific plan saying 20 affordable units. If we're trying to figure out what that means, I'm defaulting to the current development code. Is that?
gotcha. And that's where staff's been as well. Yeah.
Okay. Coming back to my line, still on the same topic. This is still on the same topic. Do you know how many people are expected to be employed in the commercial establishments? Do you have any estimate of employees at the hotel, the gas station, all these added businesses?
I think it's in the economic study, and I think we also put something in one of our original project descriptions, but I cannot remember that number. I don't know if any of the team remembers that. I know yeah.
30 for the hotel and then 50 square feet per person in the commercial.
Yeah, 30 for the hotel and 50 square feet.
That's what the building code allows.
Yeah.
And there's nothing in your proposal that would provide workforce housing for those people, the workforce housing that the town provides for now under its current code provision?
We're providing the 9 deed-restricted units.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's correct that the owner, the developer of your project, could sell off the different parcels that are created with the rezoning if everything were approved.
Well, nothing's being rezoned, but you're correct. And once improvement plans are designed and a new final map, a re-subdivision is recorded, then those separate parcels could, you could have a hotel purveyor that owns the hotel, and then somebody that, obviously the different residential units could be sold off individually, and even some of the commercial spaces. Yes, you're correct.
Okay. How is the how are you determining the amount that would be charged for one of the affordable units if it were a for sale unit?
Our understanding, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's basically set up for median income based on tables that the county has. And I believe, is it a median income right now, is it about 78,000?
We're talking about moderate income going up to 120% of AMI, which would equate to $88,000 annual income. Taking that number, are you then going to base the sales price of a unit, of a condominium unit, on that income?
Potentially, but I will say that it probably looks more advantageous as rental on the affordable, just if you do the math. I mean, it generally comes out if 1/3 of their income based on the moderate, as you say, minus utilities, it comes out in the realm on a 30-year, it's probably in the neighborhood between $1,400 and $1,900 a month, somewhere there that a mortgage could be afforded at that level. Approximately.
Okay. And the owner of the project believes that he'll be able to market a parcel that's deed restricted in that manner, or develop or rent them out himself.
Not certain that you could. The long and short of it is it probably costs more to build that unit than when you could sell it for. I mean, that's what it comes down to, likely. But yes, if he chose to sell it for a loss on some of those units, he could potentially do it. More than likely, some of the deed-restricted units could be in a rental pool at the moderate levels, deed-restricted.
What assurance can you provide that the affordable units will actually be built once you receive the development approvals?
Well, for one, they're going to be intermixed amongst the development, and where we've got them located, you can't just, especially the units at the north, they're integral, that structure is integral as part of the commercial space that's below it. And yeah, I mean, I don't think staff has put specific phasing requirements on us, but our intention was to build this thing in logical, steps.
Okay. So the imposition of a phasing requirement would not change your business plan?
We'd want to know what the proposal is, but yeah.
Okay. A proportionate increase, some measure that requires the affordable housing to be built out in step proportionally to the larger development.
Typically, and staff step in, but typically their response on most projects in Truckee is a step-by-step approach. Is, look, you've got a requirement here, and that percentage you have to comply as you go. Either stay ahead of it or give them assurance that in short order it's constructed.
Okay, and you're comfortable with having that? Because I haven't seen that yet in the staff report.
That's what we expected. We expected that we would have to construct affordable units as we went through the project.
Okay. Is there anything in the conditions of approval that requires the applicant to make sure that the inclusionary housing is built proportionate to the rest of the development?
Not currently.
Okay. So you would be fine with our adding that as a condition of approval?
That's what I expected, was that a percentage,
okay.
the percentage of what's required we would construct as we built out other elements, just so in keeping with, I hear what you're saying is
Good.
You don't want to see the whole project built out and have no affordable. Was not the intention.
Right, and I'm not suggesting it's not the intention. It's that unforeseen circumstances down the road, like a recession, could halt the project dead in its tracks.
Yeah, construct as we go. That would be the right approach.
Yeah, I mean, that recession's happened somewhere in the past.
2008,
so.
that's why the property's been vacant.
Yeah. So. On the live-work definition, you said you had a different understanding when the specific plan was put together. What was the understanding that live-work means?
When we originally worked on the specific plan document for Gray's Crossing in the village, we don't recall any connection between the person living above the retail space below would have to be an owner or purveyor or work in that establishment. And I think since there wasn't a better definition in the specific plan, I think staff defaulted to their current definition in the development code, and we think that would actually harm the project. For one, I wouldn't expect that 21 people are going to be business owners directly above their space below, and that would prohibit businesses for having the opportunity to expand and take over two spaces, and it really just becomes unmanageable. So we would ask for some relief on that. I don't think that was the original intent, and we were heavily involved in that in the original village specific plan, and we're asking for some relief.
I was just trying to find out why you originally chose the term live work. I mean, what accounts for the coincidence?
Because you're in close proximity to these retail spaces, and you could live there and you could work there, but not be required to. That's the difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of sustainability, this EIR was adopted before a number of changes in CEQA having to do with greenhouse gases. Nonetheless, I believe there was something in your application to the effect you are attempting to minimize energy consumption, and so as a side effect, it would be also reduction in greenhouse gases. Can you describe for me in a little more detail what it is this project is doing that will reduce greenhouse gases over something more typical?
Yeah. On this particular project, we didn't have to do a greenhouse gas assessment because we had the EIR. However, in other greenhouse assessments that we've done on other projects, some of the key integral things that you want to reduce greenhouse gases is, if you're close to transit, which we have a transit stop, that already helps our project. If you have a good trail network, we have one of the best trail networks on this particular project that basically gets people out of their cars, not only for recreation uses, but they're connected to the vast bike system through Truckee. So right there, those are two main elements that, just from our proximity and the location of how it's designed and how some of the original infrastructure elements that got constructed on Gray's Crossing after 2004, it's already helping curb greenhouse gases. Additionally, some of the green energy code items, as far as electric charging stations, will be integrated into this project. We'll have next year a lot of the solar requirements go into effect. So I would expect a majority of the residential units and commercial will likely have solar integrated in that based on the green energy code. So there's a lot of things that are already integrated into the project, aside from us doing an assessment that's just going to make it a very efficient, good project.
Okay. Can you tell me what you're doing over and above what will be statutorily required?
You know, I'm going to call up just to maybe add to this. Where's he at? Mark, are you still here? We have our mechanical engineer here, and I know he integrates a lot of this stuff into the project, and I think it might be helpful.
That'd be fine.
Okay. There you go.
Hi, Mark Schlosser with Sugar Pine Engineering. I'm not a polished presenter, so I'll do my best here.
Okay.
I guess basically we're mechanical and electrical engineers. We design these systems. We do carbon footprint analysis. We do energy retrofit and evaluation. We have a really holistic view on all these things. And your question is very pointed. What we would do above statute. But there's a really huge consideration about all the appropriateness of individual things. So you can look at an individual measure and you can say this is a good thing to do, solar panels, or you can look at the tree that shades it and look at it more holistically, right? So we take that broader approach. We're in Truckee, we live here, we do this stuff for a living in half a dozen states, half a dozen sets of building codes. We do the real numbers, and I guess from that perspective, we're going to exceed the energy code requirements by a percentage, because everything zero is passing. It's going to be much greater than zero, I'm sure. Having worked with Dale and his team and the Walton team, this is the part where I'm not a good presenter, right? Okay. There are lots of things to look at. I'm nervous to say we're going to do X, Y, Z in a presentation like this because we haven't designed the buildings yet specifically, and that's the building permits, the building side, and those energy calculations come up and they're very specific. So I would encourage you to understand and have some confidence that since we do live here and we have a good understanding and a history of performance in this type of thing, that what we're not going to be doing is skirting anything. And I will tell you, makes me nervous to say it, but basically we witness a lot of local projects skirting. And so relative to other local projects, we're going to do much better. Relative to the statute limits, we're going to do somewhat better. Is that a suitable answer?
Yes, suitable.
Sort of. I think it's just, it's early in the game to make a list of things. But we eventually will, certainly.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
While we're on moving, do you have more on that?
Yeah, just to finish your point, Dale pulled out some of the mitigation measures that were originally put into the EIR. So we have, require the installation of secure bicycle parking facilities to promote, bicyclists. Require that residential garages have electrical service that would allow installation of electrical car recharge outlets. Require outdoor outlets at residents to allow use of electric lawn and landscape maintenance equipment. Require that natural gas be available in residential backyards to allow use of natural gas fired barbecues. So those are some of the mitigation measures with respect to greenhouse gases that were implemented as part of the EIR.
Okay. So, are you comfortable with this? With the sufficiency of the EIR given the passage of time?
We are very much so, and maybe that's because we were so involved during the EIR process that went through before. I think there's a very heavy list of mitigation measures and conditions that really looked at all the environmental impacts out there in Grace Crossing as a whole. And a lot of those we went through in great detail. Every time we do a phase, even when we did the first phase of the village and a lot of the infrastructure originally got constructed, you have to go through all those mitigation measures and all the conditions and how are you complying and how are you integrating that into your design. And that's just par for the course for a project like this. But yes, we're very comfortable that the environmental document was a very good one and a lot of good work from both staff and the council and the planning commission when that originally got approved went into that.
And did the EIR then, to the best of your memory, contemplate Coburn Crossing going in? It went by another name then, different developer, but was that part of the anticipated development that you considered?
Absolutely, because that was Rich Barcel's property before that, and that was the Truckee Town Center, and all of that was analyzed as part of the EIR, because that had an approved project per settlement with the town at that time, and that had a hotel component and retail and a lot of trips and all that. That was basically a fully developed site in the eyes of the EIR when our EIR was developed. So yes, it was absolutely taken into account.
Okay. I believe you mentioned something about being familiar with traffic situations in other parts of Truckee, and you were suggesting, I don't know if it was you or someone else, suggesting that relatively speaking, the traffic at Prosser Dam Road and Donner Pass and Highway 89 is not nearly as bad as elsewhere.
I guess my comment would be, if you've ever looked at a traffic report from like the downtown, there's some difficulties with the railroad tracks and some of the intersections and those type of things. Being familiar with Truckee and watching these different projects go through. What's unique about this particular project, I guess what my point was, is it's not often that you have a project like this that is anchored at both ends by a 2-lane Caltrans roundabout at both ends. So traffic moves pretty well at that end of town from a design perspective. That was my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe you said you would have no problem talking with the HOA either about architecture of your project or parking.
No, I think we have a good rapport with the HOA, and we had a really good substantive discussion. They had some concerns about, if the gas station couldn't go away, if it ends up getting approved, that they had some concerns about screening from the southeast, and my comment was, we can work with you with issues like that, make it a better project. We have some requirements as well, apart as visibility from the southern roundabout, but no, we have no problem working with the HOA at all, and we would embrace that.
Okay. And you said Edwin Way is going to be a private street that you'll have to maintain? Or did I miss?
Can staff answer that? I don't know what the verdict was on that. I know right now it's private, but I didn't know if it will become public in the future, the main road.
It was built to privately maintained standards. We have different standards for privately maintained, so it would have to be upgraded to some in order for us to ever accept it. But yeah, it's going to be privately maintained road.
Thank you. Has a school district approached you about this, any concerns they have about the development and its impact on the school buses?
I don't believe they attended the neighborhood meeting, and I don't believe we received a letter. I don't recall.
Have you reached out to the school district to find out if they have any concerns about the development making it less safe for school children?
We haven't. We haven't.
But you would be willing to do that?
I'm willing to talk to anybody to make a better project. However, we don't have a bus stop. I don't think our particular project is the route. I think from what I've heard from outside residents, the concern was the parking situation of the bus in front of the 92 units that's south of our project. So if there's some way that our project can help, I'm not aware of it. I know we were involved in installing the original Tahoe Truckee Transit stop, but that's not where the bus is parking, is what I'm aware.
Okay. I understood community members to be saying that whatever increased traffic your development brings in through Edwin Way on the south end will affect bus loading and unloading. You just don't agree with that? You don't see that as a concern or as happening, I guess?
Look, traffic's always a concern, and buses and children are always a concern. But I would say in this situation, I guess my take on it is it sounds like it's a limited portion of the morning, and it has to do with where that's parking. And my first gut feeling is maybe something along the south right-of-way in front of Hennis Flats could make that a better situation for where the bus parks and not have to have a crossing guard.
But that's not your property.
It's not. We don't control that part. But from my design background, that's what the problem sounds like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And why was the gas station moved down to the south end again from the north end?
You know, I kind of go back to that comment where we've probably over the years have 30 different layouts or trash paper of how this property could be laid out, and it makes sense to us and to the economists and people looking at the site to be at the south end. And the reason is why one of the main things for a gas station, especially in this region, is to be close to where most of the traffic's coming from. And a lot of it's going to come from the convergence of 80 and 89 and being close to that southern roundabout. We're just forcing people to drive a longer distance to go to the north end.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. And it's in keeping closer to the original specific plan location.
Jan, do you mind if I jump back in for a few? Or?
Yes. I think I'm done. I'm done with my first line of questioning. I think I'm done with most of my questioning. I know, all right. I was going to go back to Nikki for a second. Did you still have more you wanted to follow up on?
Not at this point.
Okay.
So is there a reason that the quad or the fourplex was not on the shadow study? Is that just an oversight?
Possibly an oversight. We did have multiple iterations of these plans as it went through staff, so my apologies if we didn't put that on the shadow study.
Okay, and on a similar theme, we've talked about greenhouse gas emissions and environmental measures that could be taken on that. Was there any consideration of passive solar for any of these units?
Yes and no. I'd probably want to bring up one of the architects to talk about. Jen, do you want to crack that as far as passive solar? I know your usage of glass and somehow in the units has a real effect. Do you want to talk about that? And do you care to talk about the commercial elements?
We'll have solar panels on all the buildings.
Passive solar, though.
Well, typically passive solar is not as efficient.
Do you want to speak to passive solar on the site? Okay. Okay. Or
Yes. Does that work?
Jen, I think you're probably most suited for. Okay. Both of you, if you guys can talk to that, I just want to.
I'll just jump in real quick.
All right.
We actually do quite a few passive solar analysis, and we've got one house in Truckee it's not quite passive house actually certified, and this climate has some very specific issues to it, right, and namely the nighttime lows. So we get a lot of heat during the day, and in order to have passive solar work effectively, you've got to let the temperature in that space rise to an uncomfortable point at some point during the day without cooling it on purpose. So there's a rub essentially between comfort and the energy component. And with the right windows, the right glazing, the right orientation, you certainly can do it. So we're planning to work with the architectural team to optimize that. And you can usually gain, in our experience, probably a 10 or 20% benefit in the climate here. But going much beyond that is nearly impossible. We had, the house I'm referencing was essentially an unlimited budget and an expert in doing it and wanted to live in it and couldn't do it. So there's a threshold that we can approach, and we know how to do that.
I guess my concern is just that looking at the shadow study, it looks like many of the houses don't have much direct sunlight at that noon winter day. The pool is in the shadow. That pool looks like it's going to be freezing. The conference center is blocking the sun from that southern exposure on the hotel. That's why I'm asking about passive solar, is that it appears that, I don't know, it didn't look like it had been addressed.
Do you want to address that, Peter, on some of the?
Well,
I think the shadow study was done, hi, I'm Peter DiMatteo with Del Cox Architects. The shadow study was done for the winter solstice, I believe. Is that what it says there on the bottom? And that is a time of year when you probably won't be using a pool much, or the patio between the conference center and the hotel.
Can you talk about the height difference between the...
And the height of the conference center is quite a bit lower than the hotel. I mean, so looking at that shadow study, you know, I think it's, if we were to do 2 shadow studies, I think it would be more, explain a lot more.
And I do understand you're not using the pool in the winter, but it has minimal, I guess, northern exposure. Like, it doesn't have sun exposure at that pool, does it?
Well, that's at noon at the winter time, and I think in the summertime we're going to be looking at a lot more exposure in that area. Sun's much higher in the sky.
Okay, so
one last thought on that. It's just kind of a double-edged sword. Is we did retain a lot of natural trees on this particular site, and it is going to create a lot of shadow. But we think the benefit outweighs on the solar orientation partially.
And I do appreciate that, the tree retention. I did have a quick question about that. Was there some sort of overall calculation of the tree loss versus the trees being replanted?
Do we have an overall? I don't think we were asked to provide that count, but I don't have that readily available unless you counted them, Yumi. There was a lot of them on both sides, adding and subtracting. But we have a pretty big retention number, just graphically, you can see it.
And then...
Chair Zabriskie, I just wanted to interject a little bit that generally for your procedures, you wanted to kind of end meetings around 10, and for a time check, we're getting closer to that. So it's again up to your commission to do, but I just wanted to put that back at you, that you've kind of talked about that as a time frame.
Right.
Can I just say, I'm concerned we're really getting into the minutia, like hardcore, like little things, and I have some huge, big picture things I want to talk about, that kind of overarching themes that would really kind of not involve tree counts and the solar. I mean, not to discount what you're saying, but like kind of the big planning, land use, and maybe more in line with, you know, Yumi's direction or kind of her key topics and site appropriateness and stuff like that. And I also am concerned about time. We haven't started asking staff questions even, so.
I would like to finish tonight. I have one more question for staff. I would also like to be done by 11. Do you have any idea how much questioning you have, Dave and Jerusha?
Well, I was hoping we could follow like a format, like we could have the way Yumi laid it out and follow a format. I think it would really expedite the process.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. In terms of questioning, do you know how much time you have on questioning?
I don't know how much time it is. It's definitely a few minutes. I mean, I feel like I haven't gotten started. I would entertain a motion to continue at this point, personally. We did talk about trying to wrap these meetings up by 10. I feel like there's quite a bit of deliberation that's going to go on with this.
What are your thoughts down there?
My thought is to keep going.
Okay, Susie?
I think it's a really big project, and I don't know if we want to rush it through tonight.
I'd at least like to hit on the big issues, like the not that these aren't big, but I'd like to hear some of Nikki's comments, and I would love to see the format that you laid out, Yumi, please.
Okay, my suggestion is we get through the questioning. I would like to finish tonight. Time's money. It would be another 30 days on the project. I'd rather push through to the end if we think we can conclude by 11. But let's try to finish the
Do I
questioning.
think we can get through this in an hour?
Yeah.
That would be hopeful, but sure, we can keep trying. I agree, we need to stay on track and maybe follow a format.
Okay. Dave, why don't you do your questions, and then we'll...
Okay, sounds good.
Then Jerusha.
So, question for the applicant. What can you tell me about the public outreach process and what you learned by meeting with members of the community about how they felt about your project?
Well, we held a public outreach at the rec center, and our first thought, we put it out there and we thought maybe 20 people might attend, and there was probably in excess of 60. And I thought that was pretty cool. I'm like, this is great. The neighborhood really cares. Gray's Crossing and the greater neighborhood out there really care about what is going to be built there. And most of them were very informed and educated about the history of the project and what was approved there before. And they asked some really good questions. I thought we had a great dialogue. There was concerns, some of the stuff you heard about tonight, some concerns about the school bus out in front of Hennis, that was brought up. There was discussions, a lot of discussions about the gas station. There was a handful of people that, we could probably use another gas station. You had some people that said, I don't know, and you had some people that, I don't want a gas station. But it was a good discussion. I think it's what you really want a neighborhood meeting to be like. There was a lot of good discussion about traffic. I think the general sense we got is that they liked the architecture and they thought it was going to be a quality project, but they had some really detailed concerns, and we tried to answer those as best we can. So as far as neighborhood outreach, I thought it was a really good meeting.
Given the amount of negative feedback for the gas station, have you guys given any consideration to another use in that particular area with a different visual impact as you enter the Gray's Crossing area?
We have talked about it, and we really think it's the right use. We think the same arguments back in 2004 when staff and council and everybody approved the specific plan document, we think those still ring true. And the economic study that we had done really reinforced that even more so, that said not only is a gas station needed in Truckee, that they identified in the report it was the right location. So, we have looked at other thoughts and things in there, but one thing's about specific plans is they're pretty specific. And if you sway too much one way or the other into some other realm, then we'd be looking at, much bigger approvals that we'd be asking for. So we try to stay true to the specific plan.
Dave, can I do a follow-up?
Please.
I understand your reasoning for wanting the gas station there, but to me, you've got residential, gas station, residential, hotel. I mean, why wouldn't you why would you throw the residential on both sides of a gas station? Is that something you could change?
I actually look at the gas station as kind of, the location is good in the sense that, again, we moved it from the original specific plan 200 feet northerly from the right-of-way. So we moved it an additional 200 feet north of where it was originally contemplated, creating an additional significant buffer. There's a drainage way, a roadway, and all that between the Hennis Flats project and the gas station. And we kind of nestled it into the trees where it has visibility from the roundabout, but it's kind of tucked in there. We thought it was actually from a gas station. What do you want in a gas station? For the patron that's going to use it, you want good visibility from the roadway. We achieved that, but we have a good setback from the residential.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't know why you wouldn't have it closer to the commercial where you have commercial uses.
And that really came more from, not only did this original specific plan show it at the south end, but the economic study and also people that have been looking at it, actual people that run these things, and making people drive the extra half mile up and back really just didn't make sense from our perspective.
Okay.
I had a question on the gas station too. I'm from everything I've looked at with the specific plan and all the documentation, it was pretty clear about the 1,800 square feet, and I'm wondering, and it said 8 pump gas station and convenience store, 1,800 square feet. So I'm curious why what's being proposed is almost 3 times that. I think you're pushing 5,000 square feet with car wash, convenience store, and the 8-pump station.
I think the process, if you look at the market part, that's not that much bigger than 1,800. What is it, 1,200 square feet larger? So 50% or greater. So it is larger. That's kind of standardized of what typically gas stations like that are built. We did hold true to the 4 station 8-pump and the canopy, and I think with the analysis that Yumi did, it's going to be very similar to the other gas stations in size of what's in Truckee. And as far as the car wash, I think one area that we're in on this thing also that we really haven't hit too hard on is we actually reduced the amount of commercial retail that we're providing in the overall project, and the slightly larger to add a car wash, which we thought was really made sense. We're still way under the amount of retail commercial that could have been integrated into the project. So that was the thought.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm good for right now.
Want to jump in? I'll jump in on one, and it's all about the siting. I'm struggling with, can you go back to the site plan, Yumi? I'm struggling with the amount of parking that's outward facing to 89. It just seems like you've got this, to the north, you've got this big section, you've got quite a large section to the south. And it seems like you could site the hotel a little differently so that you would have more attractive facade versus parking lot facing 89.
Again, I would say we've done multiple iterations of how the hotel would work and how the portico share functions and where the drop-off is and how that functions. Additionally, one thing I would say, the parking, the more linear parking that goes to the south, the way that's graded, it's actually a little bit of cut, so it kind of recesses down in there. And with the retention of trees that we have on there, and one thing that's not shown on our site plan that frankly is deceiving, but in a good way, is there's a lot of additional trees that are in the Caltrans right away beyond our property line that help screen some of that stuff back. So you won't see us see a parking.
Do you have any visual sims?
Just the perspective views that I think we included some, and Yumi included maybe a couple in hers, of the hotel.
We didn't do an actual visual sim.
Not an actual visual sim, but perspectives, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good for now.
Okay, my one question for staff is, can you tell me how approval of this application would affect repayment of the Melrose debt, to the extent it does?
I think I can only speak in broad terms about it. The payment of the Melrose goes up when your actual parcel gets developed. So the applicants have been paying, and the previous owners have been paying their taxes for the Melrose, keeping up on their vacant parcel Melrose payment. Once it gets developed, then it gets us reassessed based off of the actual development that's being created on the project, on the site, and then their assessment would go up, and then they'd pay a larger portion of the Melrose. It wouldn't solve all of the Melrose problems, but it would help a little.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. I'm ready to go on to deliberation whenever, or start talking about the organization.
I have a couple more questions related to parking. And then there was a public comment I wanted clarification on. Can you explain the shared parking requirement? I saw that in the specific plan about the 25% parking reduction. Excuse me, and the intent is that, or it's the notion that there would not be the same uses at the same time, and therefore we could allow for this reduction in parking. Would you kind of add on or just explain that further, please?
The idea is that when there are different uses with different, there would be different peak times that a person or people will attend these particular uses. So a hotel and a residential use may have very similar peak times because like we discussed, the hotel is a quasi-residential use. The commercial use, it depends on if it's a retail or office or a restaurant. Those all have different peak times. So a restaurant would be in the morning, depending on if they serve breakfast, lunchtime if they serve lunch, and then dinner time. Whereas retail would be more, I think, in the probably after, it'd be around the same time as maybe the dinner hour, where it's after work, where people would go to retail components. It definitely does depend on what actual uses go into these buildings, and there is a section that does require that if the planning commission so chooses that, and they don't understand the exact peak usage of these particular project types or use types, a parking study analysis could be required to identify exactly peak uses, and then we would contract with our on-call consultant.
I had noted that. I was going to bring that up in deliberation. And then there was a comment from Representative Paradigm 8. I actually had this question as well, so it was kind of an add-on, but given these kind of changes in density that we're talking about, or like housing units and such, and we don't have a development agreement anymore, but I know Paradigm 8 is looking at densities on the parcel next to Hennis Flat, and then also the what were, I think, going to be attached residential, but now perhaps they're going to be single-family home. Is that something, I'm trying to look at this holistically and not in a vacuum, and that's kind of what I'm going to speak to in a little bit. But I'm wondering, just to touch on what this commenter had shared, do we need to be discussing that tonight? Or would their desired densities be impacted by what we're discussing tonight?
Since the specific plan has so many different numbers in it, and the staff thinks that this one number, the discussion of the actual written description of the project proposal within the specific plan, is the numbers we should use. It says 48 attached residential units, so that would be applied across all of Gray's Crossing. So if the applicants, including the 17 buildings that are already built, the applicants are proposing 28 attached units, there would be 45 attached units. That would leave only 3 attached units left to be built on parcel D and F. But that would still mean the town is still going through we're going through outreach with our stakeholder group to find out what the appropriate densities on parcel D and F are intended or expected to be, or to be recommended to Planning Commission and to the Town Council. So we don't exactly know what those numbers will be, but that will have to be a specific plan amendment and potentially additional environmental review to review exactly what the potential proposed density would be on those sites.
And my sense is that the applicant for the village, and I don't know that staff proposed this, I think it makes a lot of sense, again, to avoid the piecemeal approach, but isn't this kind of cart before the horse? Shouldn't we be kind of talking about this holistically, and therefore we would be taking into consideration what is being proposed in concept on D and F? Was that suggested and there was no interest on behalf of?
Certainly you could argue that there is another way we could approach this. However, we have an application in, and that's been in for 2 years. So in order to provide the applicant team due process, that's why it's here tonight. But, we're certainly open to future discussions with them should they wish to move in a different direction, or your commission wish to move in a different direction. But ultimately, they do have an application in that we may need to make a decision on.
Okay, thank you. And that's all. I think Susie maybe has more.
I have stuff that's in the weeds. I don't know. I did have a quick question about the stormwater treatment, and it looks like it's all pond area. I had a question just about family safety, like how deep will these ponds get? Is that something that needs to be fenced off? Is there another way to incorporate low-impact development instead of ponding?
Well, there's multiple ways that the project is doing water quality treatment. We do have some bioswales and some treatments that are we have, the town's adopted based on the state's new requirements, new drainage requirements. So we've integrated some of those techniques, basically treating stuff closer to the source, shallower treatment methods, infiltration trenches, bioswales, rainwater gardens. Those type of things will be close to the source. The retention ponds that are out there shown were constructed originally back as part of the original project approval to deal with all the impervious at that point and the project that was conceived in 2008. The depth of water in those, although they do seem rather deep, some of that is freeboard, so the actual total water depth, I believe, doesn't exceed 2 feet in depth. And we usually always design 1/3 to half of the ponds with a 3-to-1 slope or flatter to where it makes kind of a safety exit. So we have integrated, some of those safety techniques, and the new project will conform with the new drainage requirements.
I did notice that it didn't look like the landscape plan addressed the bioswales, however.
I know we provided our site plan with the landscape architect, but basically where those would be located primarily is the 3 buildings that are at the north end. There's an opportunity at the north end of that building between Edwin Way and the building there. There's some opportunity in the landscape there that we could take the roof drainage and do treatment there in a shallow treatment method. Also along the east side of the hotel, along the to the south, basically all of that generally pitches at kind of a 2% slope towards the east, and there'll be openings in the back of curb that will allow the water to flow into the landscape. And basically the idea is you want to allow for a long amount of contact time to promote infiltration, and we'll be able to integrate that in with the landscape final plan.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any more questions?
Just quick on that, the parking regulation, when you change from a live work to an attached unit. So I see on C1, I think that they say there's a total of 247 parking spaces, but it's listed as 240. Does that mean we'd need 13 in addition to that 247?
So I counted all the parking spaces multiple times to try and figure out where the discrepancy was, but I got 250 parking spaces total. 10 of those parking spaces would be allocated to the fourplex, and then so there'd be 240 spaces available. So it'd be 240 plus the 43 parking spaces on the attached units.
Okay, but right below that where it says 240, 13 more parking spaces would be required.
Yeah, so I added the 43 to the entire parking demand for the whole project, which is 294 parking spaces, and then I applied the 25% shared parking space reduction to that, which is 253 parking spaces. So they would be required, if you did decide to go this way, it'd be 13 more parking spaces. And that would mean that they're getting a 25% reduction instead of the 18 that was previously proposed.
Thank you. On condition of approval 42, why are bear boxes not approved and trash rooms required to be integrated?
The applicants are already proposing the trash rooms, so we took out the bear boxes since it seemed unnecessary to have redundant trash receptacles. And without bear boxes aren't necessarily built for our future regulations for trash carts, so the trash rooms couldn't accommodate that. And then we'd also want to ensure that snow removal areas are as clear as possible.
And the trash rooms are consistent with the Grays Crossing single-family homes, that they don't have bear boxes either.
It looks like there's bear boxes on that plan. Is that just?
They showed it on the plans, and that's why it's conditioned to remove it.
Got it, thank you. I think that's all I have.
Your Worship, do you have any more questions? Dave?
No.
Are you ready?
I just have one quick question. With regards to the environmental analysis and the EIR, you guys were nodding your head when there was question about Coburn or the Barcel property, that at its density was addressed in relationship to the Grays Crossing EIR?
Yeah, I did. What Martin said is correct, that there was a settlement agreement that dates back to 1999 that incorporated approval of a hotel and some other retail and commercial uses. So at the time the specific plan EIR was prepared, it would have looked at what was allocated on that property, given that there was a legally binding settlement agreement in place.
And that 138 residential units and.
It wasn't specific to the Coburn Crossing project. It was, there was just other
But that would kind of equate from a parity standpoint.
We didn't do the exact
maybe.
calculations for that, but
My other question is, I can't imagine that the CHP use that got, is now in construction on the former Forest Service land was ever considered, because it wasn't envisioned at that site. So I know that they're allowed to bring semi-trucks through the roundabout and to their site to do inspection as part of the agreement for their use, in addition to, their vehicles coming on the site and such. So could you speak to that?
While the CHP station certainly wasn't envisioned back in 2004, it is zoned for service commercial uses. So the EIR, the Grays Crossing EIR, would have looked at a use on that site commensurate to service commercial. As I understand it, based on conversations with the CHP, because I worked on that project, sort of, it's not a town project.
Right.
They aren't directing the majority or bulk of the semis to that location. They'll still be out at the bug station out by Union Mills. It'll be pretty sporadic that large vehicles like that are being directed to that location.
But they could be as part of their.
They could. I mean, that was one of our primary, one of many concerns that we had on that project.
Yeah, I had a concern myself. So I noticed in the specific plan that the densities, like the build-out numbers for growth, were really low. It had a 2015 projection of 13,271. Build out of the town would be 17,850. I think we're about there now. And then it talks about employee housing on page 142 of the specific plan being offered in the village center. As well as that, like you said, Yumi, the specific plan said we could require parking analysis if needed, if we're kind of unsure. So I just wanted to kind of reaffirm those things in terms of the Planning Commission, if we were interested in requiring additional analysis as part of this process.
For the parking study, for the parking reduction, for the 25% parking reduction, yes, you could require a parking study. As for environmental review, I think if you find the project to be inconsistent with the Grace Crossing specific plan, then that would be when additional environmental review would be required.
Thank you. I'm ready to deliberate.
Okay, in terms of deliberation, I think what we're going to do next is talk about how to organize the deliberation. Is that correct? And then I think the consensus was to follow the staff, start with the way the staff had organized it. And then the other question was, do we now want to proceed with deliberations? It's 10:20. So the second question goes first.
I would
like
fine.
to finish tonight, reach a decision of some sort.
Okay.
Let's proceed.
Okay.
I have a flight from Reno at 7:45 in the morning, but.
Well, let's talk quickly.
Okay, how did you want to proceed? What order? Did you want to go to the staff outline at the back and talk about feelings? Because that was the main thing, and we haven't talked about it yet.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, I will admit I have overarching environmental review issues that, in my opinion, supersede the architecture, site design, housing, the live work, et cetera, other things. I have comments on all of those major discussion topics, but my overarching sense is that I'd like to see some revised environmental analyses done. It's been at least probably 16 years since anything was done from an environmental standpoint, and specifically my main areas of issue are traffic, parking, public health and safety, and jobs and housing, all related to CEQA. To kind of back that up, I differ with Martin. I drive the bypass a lot. I go to the gym over by the airport. I live in Glenshire. The bypass has been backed up like to a dead stop just this summer alone, probably 4 times in the last 4 weeks. Granted, I know there was a holiday. I wasn't here for the holiday weekend, but prior and after, there was traffic backed up to the roundabout. I think that signals an issue. We have parking issues. I'm hesitant to make a bad situation worse by allowing a reduction in parking and kind of having this assumption that there's going to be these shared uses or they won't intersect at the same time. I have issues with public health and safety, having a student at ACMS who was hit in the roundabout trying to cross on his way to school this year, and then the truck that flipped over as well. I think clearly, while there are benefits that have been come out of these roundabouts and infrastructure improvements, this area needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed before we go on to look at additional development adjacent to Hennis Flat, Frischman Hollow Phase 2, and then the other parcel in Grays. The jobs housing linkage, I think, needs to be considered. That is in the EIR. That is something that is allowed to be looked at. And in my opinion, they did even address in the EIR for this project that the town of Truckee had a deficit of employee housing. There were projects in the works. I think Hennis Flat has done a great job of addressing that, as well as Frischman Hollow, but those projects have wait lists well into the hundreds. So those are kind of my key areas where I think that additional analysis is warranted. I think before we move on to any other items of discussion, I guess I would want to see where the rest of the commission is on those.
I want to agree with much of what Nikki says. It is disappointing that this project falls short on our current expectations for affordable. It has the affordable part, but not the workforce housing part. If it were required to meet our current workforce housing, it would almost double the number of affordable units. I feel that this project is sort of vehicle-centric, as stated in one of the public comment letters. I'm afraid that it will make our traffic problem worse instead of getting people out of their cars. I do understand that there's a lot of measures like the sidewalks and the bike paths. Yeah. It looks to me like a lot of these, the current townhomes have larger lawns than the original design and the specific plan. To me, that's signaling more water usage as well. It seems also more catered to a higher economic bracket, aside from the 9 affordable units. But again, if the 9 affordable units were meeting town code and were being rented, they would have to meet low income standards, not moderate income standards. So I have concerns.
I think this is a good project. I think you've done a lot of hard work. And that said, I think in a couple of areas, whether it's just even a supplemental EIR or an EIR addendum, there are a few areas that could use some additional work. And for me, it's that visual piece. That's really important to me on 89. And again, the siting for the gas station. I think you really do mostly achieve that village feel. On the northern part of the project, but I feel like that really does degrade towards the southern. Again, I know you've put a lot of work into that. So my thought is that maybe there are a few additional studies, and maybe it doesn't even require a supplemental or addendum. Maybe it's just, some additional studies.
May I speak one more thing that I wanted to say, having kind of been through this since the beginning? I think some of the issues that maybe we're all, I don't want to speak for everyone, but we may be struggling with is this was really designed as a destination resort. It was a conference center. It was more of a, like in the specific plan, it talks about the lodge and condominium units. So I think that, and coming and playing golf and using these amenities, and they talk a lot about this small gas station, and I think that was just stuck in and long ago, and unfortunately it could never have been taken out. And so there was this sense that people were going to come and stop and stay instead of this kind of highway commercial design or kind of that feel of a more transient use. And that being said, I think you guys have done an amazing job. I think all aspects, the architecture is beautiful. I think that the hotel does feel commercial, and more corporate, as does the gas station. And I just think there's these kind of overarching issues. And that's all I wanted to say was I just think that the original intent of this was more of a destination, like a stop and stay, as opposed to a, in addition to the neighborhood serving commercial for the people who live at Gray's. And that's kind of where some of, I think, these issues or discomfort is coming from.
Dave, can you let us know how you feel on the EIR review aspect?
I mean, I think it's something that if the rest of the dais feels like we need to dig a little bit deeper on and take a look at these traffic impacts and public safety, then I would support, that discussion. Can I weigh in on anything else?
Yeah, that was helpful.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a disconnect with the gas station. I feel like the original vision for this village would be to create an amenity for the Gray's Crossing and Prosser and, even part of lower eastern Tahoe Donner. And the original approval having a small grocery stores like you would find up in Tahoe Donner or Glenshire would lend itself to businesses that would want to come in and try to have a place where you could get a cup of coffee and a sandwich and visit with your neighbors. I feel like the southern end of this project, is more highway centric and is catering to the needs of the interstate over the community, and that gives me a little bit of heartburn.
Okay, First, let me say that I pondered the gas station a great deal because so many people, particularly in Gray's Crossing, feel so strongly that the gas station would have a detrimental impact on traffic and safety and that sort of thing. And the deeper I dug, the more I felt that the gas station is a good idea. Because it's pretty easy to explain, people are going to stop for gas somewhere. And a gas station at that location would be more accessible than people getting off at that same interchange and having to go down onto Bridge Street to go to the Beacon station or to the 76 station or to go down to Fast Lane. It's closer than all those other gas stations, so it reduces the amount of travel. And the other thing is that roadway, it may appear crowded to many of us, included me at times. It is actually less heavily used than just about all the other interchanges. It has a level of service of A at both the intersection of Highway 89 and Donner Pass Road, and so it provides both quick access and quick return to the freeway. And I thought the applicant did a really good job of trying to reduce the visibility of the station while still positioning it so somebody driving is not going to wander around looking for the gas station. So let's put all that aside for a second. And in terms of safety, if there's a problem with safety around the circle and the intersections, we need to do something about it. But killing the gas station is an oblique way of trying to improve safety. The EIR does the need to do EIR review does concern me. Section 15183 is a streamlining process that contemplates, I think, I'm not sure, I think that contemplates some kind of analysis deeper than what was performed by staff. If only an analysis that says, we've looked and we really don't see any change warranting further review. And I'm not sure that was adequately covered, particularly given what Nikki is now saying should have been considered. Otherwise, in terms of the other conditions in there, I'm inclined to go with the app right now, based on what I've heard so far. I'm inclined to go with the applicant on uncoupling the lofts from the businesses below. And then I'm inclined to go with staff in terms of the affordability requirement, the requirement that they include two units, units with 2 bedrooms, not just single bedroom lofts, in addition to the 4-plex. That's where I am right now. So anything to add?
So would this be a continuation with additional studies?
I think it would be a continuation with staff performing the review under 15183. And the open question is, does staff decide what topics to cover, or does commission make a recommendation?
I'm happy to weigh in a little bit.
Sure, please.
So we've actually extensively reviewed 15183, and our recommendation to the commission would be, if you do wish to have further environmental review, that you need to make a determination tonight that the project's inconsistent with the Grays Crossing specific plan. That is one of the only ways to kick it out of being appropriate under review of 15183. And in doing so, what that means is then you would allow us to do subsequent environmental review, and then you could determine tonight what types of studies or information you would need.
I feel like it's at odds with the specific plan studies. I mean, I feel like what was analyzed for the specific plan was not accurate and not it's not looking at it's not addressing the issues as we see they are today.
Okay. I mean, again, our recommendation would be that in order to be a legally defensible decision on your commission's behalf tonight, that you make a finding that the project is inconsistent with the Grays Crossing specific plan, and that will allow us to commence further environmental review.
So I feel like the fact that the growth that was proposed by the specific plan on page 188 or 108 for 2015 at 13,271, as well as the build out at 17,850. We're not near build out, but we certainly have about that number of people. Means that the analysis was probably underdone. Is that kind of what you're looking for? What are you looking for?
No, what I'm saying is that 15183 specifically mandates that we do not conduct any additional environmental review on a project that is consistent with the underlying community plan. So in order for us to get out of that, your commission would need to find that it is inconsistent with the specific plan.
And the specific plan is specifically and not the environmental impact report.
Okay, I guess I'm not totally clear.
Can you pull up the consistency table with the specific plan?
Could we talk about the EIR section or 4.12, page 495, with regards to jobs and housing and the shortage, and that needs to be addressed or hasn't accurately been addressed?
Can you elaborate a little bit further? You think it hasn't been, it's an adequate analysis in the Grays Crossing EIR?
Well, the EIR references jobs and housing, and that the town of Truckee had a lack or shortage, and that's an issue. I mean, there's a series of mitigation measures that have been listed, and there's also discussion of the statement of overriding considerations, which acknowledges that things weren't adequately or couldn't be adequately mitigated, specifically the traffic from 80.
Just in hearing this discussion, the other thing that popped in my mind is that, we could continue this application and allow staff to present to you in a staff report format what the 15183 allows for the commission to discuss. And if you want us to have a town attorney weigh in on that, we can do that also. I think that's why Jenna's being very cautious and kind of talking about the environmental review, because the section is very specifically written under CEQA to, like Jan said, have the streamlining in effect. And so one of the sections that's written in here is very specific to finding consistency with the specific plan. It doesn't talk about going back and revisiting the EIR. But if you'd like us to put that in a staff report for you, and if you feel that that would help benefit this discussion, then we could bring that back. Otherwise, sort of our recommendation is to focus on if you believe the project's consistent with the specific plan.
I mean, we're getting into the weeds of CEQA here, and I think we, as your staff, would feel like you would be better served with some additional analysis beyond what I'm just kind of spitting out tonight at 10, 11 o'clock.
So do I, because I think the applicant's proposal is consistent with the specific plan. Where I have a problem is what's happened since 2004, which would require us to revisit some portion of the EIR. But not having anything in front of me that shows me what has changed, I don't have anything to analyze to tell me whether there's been a significant change since 2004.
Do you mean with respect to what's required in the CEQA guidelines?
Yes, I'm talking about 15183. Okay. I don't read it the same way. I don't read it as having the same limitation, which means I should...
I think we should, if we do a staff report for you, then we can lay that out more clearly so that the public is also able to read that same information.
Okay. At the same time, I'd like to have as much in there that minimizes the delay that the applicant has to endure. I don't know how to do that, but if there's any way we can actually get to the point of addressing Nikki's concerns about what wasn't considered in the original EIR.
I think what staff is saying is their recommendation is for us to continue this until they can compile that information in a way that we can, sift through it. That makes sense.
Except I hear what you're saying, Jan. Right. There's the 15183 or whatever, but then there's also the other issues that we would sort of like some more clarification on. Is that what you mean? Or
no, I mean getting as much. If the staff analysis indicates that a streamlining review is appropriate, even if it's consistent with specific plan, then let's get as much of that up front in whatever report you prepare. So there's not a series of meetings with the applicant.
I guess, why does it say in the staff report under alternative action that number 3, we could require additional environmental review?
It would be under the assumption that you don't believe that it qualifies for section 15183, which would be streamlining. And that is certainly your discretion this evening. Staff's recommendation is that 15183 applies. However, that's based on a finding of our belief that we think the project is consistent with the Grays Crossing specific plan. If you don't agree, then that removes 15183 from the table.
Right, and we noticed it with the 15183. So again, bringing it back to you we can look at alternatives. If I think we've definitely heard all of the different topics discussed. We have notes on those. We've got the minutes. So to Chair Zabrisky's point, to not create further delay would be to kind of do our best effort to give you all that information with a subsequent staff report.
What type of timeline will we be talking about for that?
Yeah, can we get it next month?
I think we could tentatively say that, but until we've dug into it, I mean, I definitely would not want to see it extend past an additional month past that, but we can do our best to try and shoot for the next meeting.
I just wasn't clear what the section 1.183, I did highlight it in our report, but I don't think I understood what that meant, like.
It's a section of CEQA that is intended to incentivize projects that are consistent with a general plan or a community plan by removing CEQA from the equation. And it's very strongly worded. It mandates what we have discretion over and what we don't. And we would need to make a very specific finding in order for it not to apply to this project. So we need to be very careful about what we do with this specific determination.
Okay.
I'll just say that as candidly as I can.
No, I appreciate that because I'm coming from it from, making the findings about, traffic, et cetera, this and that. And that's kind of what I'm going off of.
But I do think, too, if there are other topics that the commission's brought up about consistency with the specific plan, now would be a good time to provide that direction both to the applicant and staff so that we could also include that in this subsequent staff report. I mean, we'd like to bring you back one package.
Yeah, my only question, the only thing I see as a concern is the housing. Given the change in employment and the housing situation, I don't think that was contemplated in 2004, but what I don't know if that's an element that has to be considered under an EIR. I think it is.
I looked it up today, specific to this project, and
So
it is applicable.
So we have at least two lawyers up here.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have a particular topic they think staff should cover?
Jan, I just wanted to say earlier today when you were talking about the affordable housing being completed in proportion to the rest of it, that is already a condition of approval, number 60.
Great. Thank you.
Do you want to hear about just the things we think are inconsistent that are just off the gas station? I would like to see that brought down to what was approved, the 1,800 square feet.
Right.
So
I don't think it's inconsistent, but I'm fine having staff weigh in on it.
Well, it is inconsistent because it said it's 1,800 square feet gas station convenience store was what was allowed. I know there's some back and forth. I mean, it says, right, that specific plan identifies an 1,800 square foot service station convenience store, and what's being proposed is quite a bit more, almost 5,000 square feet, and the car wash. So that I see that as an inconsistency that we should address. No?
So one other thing to throw in the mix of this discussion too is that should the commission decide that a continuation seems like the right direction to go in, oftentimes we'll allow the applicant to weigh in on that beforehand in case for whatever reason, for timing issues, that they would like you to take action tonight. It's just typically something you would offer.
You guys want me to respond? Can I?
Yes.
Can I have 1 minute with our client?
Yes.
Okay.
Should we stop talking? I was going to comment on the live-work units. I agreed with Jan. I don't have a problem with those.
I like the live-
I respect the applicant's desire to keep those separate.
Uncoupling.
Let's wait.
Yeah,
They're
I
going
agree.
out of the room. Let's take a 5-minute recess. reconvene. We were going to hear from the applicant.
Thank you for the moment to speak with my client. We would be, obviously we're disappointed not having a vote tonight. We think it's a worthy project that, we've been in the process a long time, but we do understand the questions you guys are asking, and we think if staff in very short order can put together something for you to further substantiate the, large amount of environmental work that was done before and that the project is consistent, we'd be agreeable to a continuance. So.
Okay, back to staff. How should, do you want to propose wording on what we're doing? Is it just continue to allow staff to prepare a report?
Right, you would have someone make a motion and someone second that, and we would do
So
the roll
moved.
call.
I'll make a motion to continue this hearing so staff can prepare a CEQA compliance.
And I would suggest saying just date and time uncertain so that we'll renotice it.
Okay, to a date and time uncertain to be renoticed.
Do we need to clarify what we want the staff to address, or no?
So in that motion, our understanding is that you would like us to come back and discuss the 15183. And then I didn't hear you say any other things that you wanted kind of explicitly addressed through that. So it's sort of why we picked that as a recommendation, sort of the legal parameters of that, and then what falls out as alternatives, if there are any, for the commission to consider.
Can I ask one more question? There was talk about the parking study, and part of it has to do with the decoupling of the live work spaces with the retail spaces underneath. I never like to recommend paving more area. Would a parking study determine whether or not we needed those extra 13 spaces, or can that be part of the upcoming information?
It could, though I don't think we'd be able to have that provided within a month's time, especially given the workload that we know our traffic consultant is under right now.
Right. The only place where I see consensus among the commissioners is doing this EIR staff review.
Right. Fact sheet kind of.
Fact sheet report.
I believe there's a motion on the table. I second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Tarnay? So the motion is just to continue, correct? And then yes. So yes.
Vice Chair Hall?
Yes.
Chair Zabriskie?
Yes.
Commissioner Riley?
Yes.
Commissioner Gove?
Yes.
Okay. That's it on item 7.1 and all of the public items. Public's welcome to stay, but now we're just going to do reports with the staff and the commission. So do we have staff reports next, or okay.
We're finding that.
Sorry, we're on. Oh, we don't have any staff reports, but I can do a quick summary on what we expect to have next month. So it sounds like we'll have this back in all likelihood. And then what we had originally scheduled for August was a series of development code updates, and we may need to revisit that decision or determine how many we think your commission can get through in light of the remainder of tonight's review. So those are both, I would say the development codes are probably tentative at this point.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners want to report anything?
I have nothing to report.
Nikki?
Nothing.
Nothing here.
Nothing.
I just met with Dan Wilkins on June 21st to talk about bike lanes.
Great. And it's about 8 before 11, and we're adjourned.